Good morning. How is everyone doing on this cold, snowy morning? Wonderful? All right, we're here, so that's half the battle. I am Alicia Bell, Chair of the Wayne County Commission, and I am thrilled to welcome you all to our second Tri County Summit. Give yourselves a hand for making it out this morning. After a break of a few years, Chair Dave Woodward, Chair Don Brown, and myself, representing Oakland, Macomb, and Wayne County, decided it was time for us to get back together to talk about issues that are important to our region. We set aside partisan and turf issues and said, let's work on things that are important to all of us because roads does not know the difference between Wayne County and Oakland County and Macomb County. Internet and broadband access is important to all of our communities, whether they're rural, suburban, or urban. So we are just thrilled today that we had an excellent summit last year out in Don's neck of the wood. And now we're here in Dave's neck of the woods at the Detroit Zoo. I am pleased that I serve on several boards throughout the region, and Detroit Zoo is one of the boards that I serve on. And I am just so thrilled that they have invited us warmly here as we celebrate our second Tri County Summit. The mission of the zoo is to make sure that they are taking care of and nurturing and protecting animals and nature. And we'll hear more about the wonderful accomplishments that they've done over the last few years under the new president and CEO, Dr. Haley Murphy. So, again, I would like to welcome you all. Sit back, enjoy. We're going to have a fun filled, impactful day as we work on things that are pertinent to all of our counties, making sure that we're working together because together we can accomplish anything and everything. So, at this point, I'd like to bring up Chair Don Brown.
Thank you, Alicia. It's good to be back here with all of you today. Good to join my colleagues, Alicia and Dave, who have the same passion as we all do about working together for infrastructure improvements for our region. You know, we shouldn't have, our region has had experienced rapid growth in the last 40, 50 years. And some of that growth now is time to turn over. We need to start replacing it and upgrading the infrastructure that we have. But along the way, there have been holes and gaps that have been created. I mean, and some of those things, such as the internet. I mean, we have internet services broadly across the region, but there are still holes because development passed them by, or the development wasn't appropriate, and that caused limited choices for the residents, who, or maybe some are already having a difficult time making ends meet and making the cost of those things prohibitive. We don't have to live that way in America anymore. This is the United States, and we can find. Look at that! I'm getting calls right now from the people wanting more action. But so we have the talent and the resources available to us, and the will to make changes to improve the lives of everyone in our region so much better. I mean, we shouldn't have to accept the fact just because the state of Michigan permits us to dump sewage in our lakes and rivers, where we draw our drinking water from, where our children play, doesn't make it acceptable. We have the technology, the talent, and the willpower to make it better, and we ought to. But there's a lot of money right now in the system. We're going to go together collectively to address that and bring that money back to our region so we can start addressing these issues. And that's why we're all here today, to come together collectively with all of our collective experience, our contacts, our knowledge, and resources to pull together on things that are of commonality. This is a bipartisan issue. Infrastructure and internet service is a bipartisan. Everyone wants it because everyone understands the value of it. And working together, we can all do it. I'm very confident of that. That's what I'm so excited today about, hearing the conversations we're going to have about pushing us forward and doing even greater things. We're going to build on last year's summit at the Ford House. We started collaborations, and we're going to hear about the work that's been done since then on these issues. And we're going to go on to even further heights and better heights in the next 2 years going forward as we continue our work together. So I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you very much. And Dave, it's your turn.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Don. It is an incredible honor to welcome you to Oakland County and to welcome you with the leadership here. You're not going to find a greater partnership between the leadership of our county commissions and the Tri-County area than you are with this three. Even though we may disagree on policy issues and a way to approach things, our commitment to working together to solve problems that are big in scale but absolutely essential to our community is unchallenged. And so it's a great honor to work with my colleagues in Macomb and Wayne. So everyone take out your glasses. The bubbles are going to start. Has everyone been here before? The capabilities of this theater is amazing, and we're so happy to be here at the Detroit Zoo to talk about this and to tackle really serious problems. If you believe, like I do, that the states of this country are the laboratories for democracy, then it follows that counties are the place where those experiments actually get tried out, where the ideas get nurtured and tested and taken to scale that states and multi-state compacts and a nation can actually absorb. And that's what we're talking about doing today. We find ourselves at an unprecedented time in our nation's history. In my lifetime, born after the birth of the interstate highway system, the greatest investment in infrastructure across this country made possible by the bipartisan infrastructure bill signed by President Biden earlier this year, yields incredible resources that our region, if we work together, can harness to be able to make up for the lack of investment in past years and set us up best to tackle some of the challenges of the future. The Inflation Reduction Act, signed a few months ago into law, allows for record level investment to tackle climate change and combat some of the challenges in water infrastructure and other things that never had been possible before without the resources that are made available. And then we could go back even further, that all of our counties receive sizable investments from the American Rescue Plan, which was designed to keep America from falling off the brink of a global economic collapse and position all of us in a place to be able to address the challenges of the moment and protect our most vulnerable, but also set a course forward to address those structural problems to best position ourselves. Counties are at the center of all of those things, and the topics that we're going to be talking about today is about how do we work together to be able to make sure that all of the resources that possibly can come to this region can. Because when investment comes into Macomb County, it's good for the region. When it comes into Wayne or Oakland, it's good for the region. When we're talking about investing in our infrastructure, improving our access to the internet, tackling climate change and those things together, we've proved we can do it. And being here at the zoo is a testament of this region coming together, of putting the zoological levy on the ballot years ago to make certain the resources were here for an asset like this to be made available for the public and preserved. We can tackle big things, and we're doing it today. So with that, before I kick off our first speaker, our host that's representing us today, a real quick technical thing. So if you have kids in school, you know exactly what I'm about to do. If you don't, I'm going to teach you something. We're going to use Cahoots. Yeah! We're going to use Cahoots as a way to keep this process as engaging as possible. We're in an auditorium here, and we want to make certain that the dialogue is able to happen with these incredible experts that we're going to come and talk about a host of subjects. But you got to do something. So take out your phone. The only time I'm going to ask you to take out your phone when I'm speaking. Take out your phone and go to your browser and type in Cahoots.com. What? Oh. It's not. Oh, Kahoot.it. Kahoot.it. Do not .it. Or you could use a camera up there and do that. And then go and click play. Or just put in the PIN. Oh, the PIN number should come up right there. Okay, so put in the PIN number. See, look at all the wonderful people are popping up. I'm going to do it with y'all. Uh, and we have a kickoff question. We're ready to go. So this is just so you can use it. But over the course of the summit today, there'll be an opportunity to jump in and participate. So question one's coming up. Let's get a sense of, and then hit submit. Let's get a sense of the temperature in the room. Slow and steady wins the race. I've been told. Oh, we got a few over there. Are these the? Okay. I think the longer this takes, Broadband gets more votes. All right, look at that spread. Well, I think we got the right people in the room to be able to tackle this. And I think we're going to come away with a lot of ideas and end this summit with some action steps that all of us can commit to, working together with our county leadership and all of our partners that are here today. So again, thank you, everyone. We know that, to take this much time out of a day to be here and plan and strategize together can be taxing on one's schedule, and really appreciate everyone taking the time to do that. So congratulations to all of you. So next up, I'm going to introduce our host that has made this venue available to us to not only showcase the importance that the Detroit Zoo has to our region, to our local economy, to research, and so much more. Dr. Haley Murphy is a leader in the zoological space by all measures. New to this, but not new to this profession. In an industry that doesn't have a lot of women in the top leadership roles, we are so incredibly proud to have Dr. Murphy here leading this institution and going to take it to the new levels that we know it has the ability to do. You can read her bio. Clearly, arguably one of the most credentialed people in her profession as the national expert on gorilla and primate issues. But most importantly, what I've gotten to know, her short time here, is her passion for creating these experiences to entice and energize young people to embrace education, learning, community. If it wasn't for this zoo, I don't know what our family would have done during the pandemic when we needed a place, outside the walls of our house. But to now steward this institution, which, like I said earlier, is without question a symbol of when a region comes together to do big things, we can do big things. So without any further ado, everyone give a warm applause for Dr. Haley Murphy.
Oh,
I took your
he's
talking.
stealing my talking points.
There you
I'm
go.
like, oh no, don't do that. Hey, thank you so much, and welcome to the Detroit Zoo. How's everybody doing? Good. Yeah? Good. I hope you had a lot of coffee because it's cold out there and some caffeine helps. So I'm Dr. Haley Murphy, as Dave said, and I couldn't be more thrilled to welcome you all here to the Detroit Zoological Society. We run the Detroit Zoo and Belle Isle Nature Center, and we're so thrilled to host this meeting today and have everybody come see our facilities. I know it's really cold and snowy, and I'm not sure you'll have time to see the facilities today, but if you can get out there and enjoy them, I encourage you to do that. Or come back, Wildlights is about to open, so that's fantastically magical for the season. So, like I said, we operate the Detroit Zoo and Belle Isle Nature Center, and we're really well-known destinations, not only for our community, but for the whole region. And that's something to be very proud of. We're honored and privileged to be investing in our resources here on our physical campuses, as well as throughout our region. And we have the time and expertise in our communities to make a real impact throughout Wayne, Oakland, and Macomb counties. Here at the DZS, we create destinations for all of our guests to come and enjoy their time and have fun, right? That's what it's about. Having fun, connecting with animals, connecting with nature, seeing the environment, coming as families, and the tradition that goes along with this place. I was asked when I first came here, what is different about being here at the DZS. I came from Zoo Atlanta, where I was for 12 years. Before that, I was at Zoo New England for 15 years in Boston. And it really is this tradition. This community embraces this institution. So when you go anywhere with your logo on, like to a grocery store or stop on your way home to pick up whatever, you almost can't make it through the aisles. People stop you and tell you, oh, I take my grandchildren there, or I went there as a child and now I really enjoy taking my kids there. So incredible tradition associated with this institution. This year we're hoping to welcome between 1.2 and 1.3 million people through our gates. That's not quite pre-pandemic level, but we're certainly closer than we thought we would be at this point. Certainly the pandemic had a huge impact on so many places, so many organizations, and especially for organizations that had to close their doors for a long time and depended on that gate revenue, which we are one of those organizations. With this theme of this Tri-County Summit, building off last year's message of moving forward, moving together, which I love, because if you know me, you know I'm all about partnerships, I'd like to share our new forward-thinking vision and mission statements. Our vision is to be a force for positive change in a world where animals and nature are valued, understood, and protected by all people. Our mission is to create meaningful connections between people, animals, and the natural world so all can thrive. And congratulations, you're the first ones to hear that out loud. We just did that. Yeah, thank you. I hope it's inspirational, because it's certainly inspirational for myself and our team. In other words, we're going to ignite positive change for animals and nature in this region. And we're going to take people along with us, because you're the ones that really, really support that change. We do this through our 4 key commitments: people, animals, environment, and resource management. And we take all of those extremely seriously. Today, I know that you're going to be talking about the environment and water infrastructure. And certainly, we have a huge commitment to the environment, because after all, if we can't save the environment, we won't save people or animals. We work every day to understand the complex interrelationships between the living world and our natural systems, knowing that it is key to supporting environmental resilience, biodiversity, and the healing of the natural world. And we all need a lot of healing coming out of this pandemic. I know you will be covering a lot of topics today, aiming at improving and strengthening our region's approach to numerous issues, including one that impacts our environment, our water infrastructure. Here at the zoo, we have some of the oldest infrastructure in our region. And the decisions we make today play a major role in the environmental health for future generations. At the DZS, we're part of a combined sewer system. The zoo is part of the Clinton River watershed, and Belle Isle Nature Center is part of the Detroit River watershed. So we are very conscientious about our water, how we use our water resources, how our decisions affect our communities and our watersheds, and we think of every drop of water, where it comes from, where it lands, and how we manage it. We're doing a number of things right now to manage our water infrastructure at the DZS, such as using permeable pavers, porous concrete during construction projects, as well as green roofs wherever we can, which provide rainwater buffers, purify the air, reduce the ambient temperature, regulate the indoor temperature, save energy, and encourage biodiversity by providing habitats for wildlife. So everything we do, we're very intentional about our impact on the environment, both within our sites and outside of our walls. We have a rain garden right here outside the Ford Education Center. It's located right outside the doors. It contains vegetation that absorbs rainwater from an underground pipe that then takes that water and delivers it to the plants, keeping this rainwater out of the sewer system, another critical aspect of what we do. We're always looking forward to creating a healthy environment for the future. And part of our new strategic plan is working to implement a net zero water and stormwater infrastructure. So those goals will be to reduce and optimize water consumption, restore natural hydrology, and maximize the reuse of all of our stormwater. So we're actively strategizing on how to do that within our campuses. I know you're also planning to talk today about broadband infrastructure, critical to our mission of education, and how we as a community can work together to ensure underserved communities have access to the internet. This is a major focus for us, providing quality educational programming for children and teachers in our region. So how can we support both? When the pandemic hit, for 2.5 years, we shifted all of our educational resources to virtual. Certainly it was a massive job to do that. We weren't really in that space before, but now we're going to continue in that space because we know that's the wave of the future. So we had to step into an entirely new world. And in that world, we identified a lot of gaps that exist, both in infrastructure, technology, and understanding and using technology. In the last 2 years, I'm proud to say our education team has delivered programs to over 200,000 children in our region, virtually. We also conducted a lot of surveys to figure out where is that disconnect between, even if they have the infrastructure and bandwidth to get on, can they utilize the technology? Do they have the technology? So we wrote a grant to the Institute of Library and Museum Services, and that grant was to acknowledge this gap in technology literacy between the communities that we serve and the communities that we are underreached. And this grant has ensured that in the 11 schools that we do after-school programming in, those children do have the technology and do understand how to use it. So we have made quite an impact in 2.5 years of going virtual. In closing, we're incredibly proud of our facilities. We work every day with our colleagues in the name of animals, people, the environment, and resource management. Our initiatives provide over $176 million annually in economic impact to this region. I hope you all get a chance to enjoy the zoo. I hope you all get down to see Belle Isle Nature Center because we just reopened it and it's phenomenal if you haven't gone there. And thank you all for your support and have a fantastic summit. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, hello again. We are right on time. We're going to begin today with our Broadband Equity Study Group. And based on what Director Murphy just spoke about with what they're doing here at the zoo, this was a natural place to have this conversation. They're doing things already with water infrastructure, and they're doing things virtually with the children in education. But we want to expand that conversation and see what we can do as a region. But before I introduce our next speaker, let me again say we will be using Kahoot. So, as a matter of housekeeping, if you have a burning question that you have during the presentations today, jot them down in your beautiful notebook that you received when you walked in. Jot those questions to be as interactive as possible. So first jot your questions down on paper, and then when the screen says Kahoot, go ahead and type in your question through your phone through the app. And if you have problems with that, of course, we'll take questions from the audience the old-fashioned way. So, without further ado, I'm here to introduce Commissioner Gwen Markham. Commissioner Gwen Markham. She was the chair of our Broadband Study Group. As we know, there's a huge chunk of money dedicated to broadband and the federal infrastructure, as Chair Woodward talked about earlier. Some pundits are liking the bill to the 1950s Road Act, which came about to increase our highways. We all know that infrastructure highways have done so much for our country, and internet is bound to do the same thing, but it has to be equitable to all. We at the Tri-County Summit understand that, and that's why we broke up into two groups, the Broadband Group and the Water Group. Gwen Markham, Commissioner, was the head of the Broadband Group. She has a successful career in manufacturing and engineering. Her public service career has included the Novi Planning Commission and City Council before being elected to the Oakland Board in 2018. Everyone knows the old adage that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and it's certainly true in Gwen's case because her father, Daniel Murphy, was the first county executive for Oakland County, and a fine gentleman he was. So at this point, I would like to bring Commissioner Markham to come in and start the conversation, the discussion on broadband. Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Alicia. It's really wonderful to be here. I appreciate being part of this group. And as Chair Bell mentioned, I'm Gwen Markham. I represent the City of Northville, the City of Novi, and the City of Farmington Hills. And previously, as she said, I spent 5 years on the Novi City Council. The topic of broadband equity was identified at last year's Tri-County Summit as a big issue of concern for our region, and I was asked to chair the committee to take a look at that. I've chaired this group for the better part of a year. As you all probably realize, broadband is sort of a many-headed beast. It was kind of difficult to get our arms around what we wanted to do, but I'd like to introduce the other members and ask them to stand or wave to be recognized this morning. So my co-chair was Commissioner Phil Weipert, right over there. We also have Wayne County Commissioner Melissa Daub, way up top. Wayne County Commissioner Monique Baker McCormick. Macomb County Commissioner Don Van Sickle. And Macomb County Commissioner Mai Song. I saw her here too. Many thanks to all of you for being part of this team and for your effort and your input. We also had the benefit of the expertise and assistance from SEMCOG, Southeastern Michigan Council of Governments. They were very helpful, helping us, pushing us along and giving us ideas and contacts. It's not an easy topic, as I said. Our group was tasked with trying to understand it, identify the major concerns, and prioritize them, and find potential avenues of action that we could all take. We really wanted to be able to take some action. So we met monthly for most of this year. We started out with an informal survey of our CVTs within each of the 3 counties, and with the results that we got, we determined there are a number of issues, very wide-ranging. Among them are digital literacy, lack of equitable access to high-speed internet, lack of devices, gaps in coverage, unreliable internet speed, I have that at my house, inaccuracies in maps, affordability, and competitiveness, and not always sharing proprietary information on the part of providers, which is understandable. So what we did to address this in collaboration, but as separate entities, we applied for and received an award for a SEMCOG planning grant opportunity. We met with peer counties who are a little farther ahead of us, we think, on this, Washtenaw and Livingston, to learn from their experience and processes, how they went about this and what they've done. And then we met with a company called Merit and obtained quotes for a broadband survey. Washtenaw and Livingston County had both worked with them, and they were very effective, and so we just decided to go ahead and start with that. And in addition to all of that, we knew that we needed more information and input, so we called on a bunch of experts, and I'm going to introduce them to you now. So the Broadband Equity Study Group reached out to some folks. Each of our participants represents a different segment of the broadband topic, and I'm sorry to report that Eric Frederick from the Michigan High-Speed Internet Office was supposed to be here today, but he lives in Holland, Michigan, and if you saw the weather report this morning, he wasn't getting out of his driveway, so he's not going to be with us. But other than that, please join me in welcoming Joe LaRussa from the Farmington City Council. Come on, guys. He's the guy. That's what they told me when I first started to look at this.
Get you everywhere, Gwen.
Yeah, it's true. They said, he's the guy. Next up is Jason Dixon from Strategic Alliances. We also have Ben Feynman of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. And Jamaica Williams from Merit. And one last thing before I turn the floor over to Joe. Please jot down any questions you may have for our panel, and you'll find paper and pen in your portfolio. At the end of the presentation, we will ask you to submit your questions via Kahoot, and please keep your eye on the screen during our day today, since we'll be asking you for feedback. And with that, I am going to turn this over to Joe LaRussa, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Farmington.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe LaRussa. I'm currently the Mayor Pro Tem in the City of Farmington. Some of you may have been following our exploits with our little sister city to the north, east, and west of us, Farmington Hills, working on our own broadband feasibility work. I would encourage any of you who are interested to please check out. We did a lot of research over a 1.5-year period. You can take a look at our feasibility study, all of the results from the primary research that we did at fhgov.com/broadband. And you'll see quite a few resources there for those that are interested in the details, or if you'd like to benchmark the survey work or some of the primary research that we did. For those of you that don't know our story, about 2018, the two councils decided we wanted to jointly explore the feasibility of a citywide broadband network with a goal of providing 1 gigabit symmetric service to each household and up to 10 gigabits per business address. And over a couple-year period, we were able to assemble quite a bit of research, and we were getting ready to take the step of figuring out how we're going to fund such an endeavor. When a private partner actually presented themselves, had been observing our work, had been seeing that we were collaborating together as a couple of cities, local municipalities in the county, and they presented themselves and said, you seem like the kind of people we want to work with. You seem to be motivated to take action on your own. You seem to be doing a lot of great work. And we would like to fund a $150 million build out in your two cities. And we said, well, that's great. How can we help? So we're in the planning phases with that, and I would just want to leave it with, we're doing what we do well, planning, getting infrastructure built and maintaining that infrastructure, and the partner is coming with the expertise and the connections to actually provide internet service to residents and businesses who will now be able to compete not only on the fact that they own their infrastructure or plant, but they're going to have to compete on quality of service, price, and speed of their connection, which is really what our residents and businesses told us. They just want it to work, right? It's like the water. They flush the toilet or turn on the faucet. They just want it to work. They don't understand the plumbing. They just know that it works. And it's the same with the internet. So without further ado, I'd like to kick it off and maybe ask Jamaica to make a few opening comments and discuss a little bit from her perspective what she sees in the marketplace for broadband.
Good morning. Can you hear me now? Okay. Morning. So I'm Jamaica Williams. I'm Director of Member Engagement from Merit Network. And I'll just begin by telling you a little bit about who we are and how that we're contributing in this space. So Merit's a nonprofit 501c3 research and education network. We've been around for more than 50 years. We're governed by the public universities within the state of Michigan. We're the longest and largest running research and education network in the country. Our mission is clear: connecting organizations and building communities. We are focused in 3 strategic pillar areas, and that's network, security, and community. Back in 2018, our president participated in MCAN, the Michigan Consortia of Advanced Networks under the previous administration. And he was really enlightened, I'll say, to the plight of the rural and the digital divide across the state, especially in rural Michigan. Our mission is focused on serving community anchor institutions, but we operate more than 4,000 miles of fiber throughout the state. We're, an independent, nonprofit, mission-driven organization. We operate a middle mile network, open access network throughout the state. And so when our president and CEO was really, able to see this throughout the state, he challenged leadership within the organization with, what role can merit play while staying true to our mission, vision, and values. What role could we play to help address this concern? Merit is not going to serve residents and businesses. Again, CAIs are our focus. However, we can't sit by idle while knowing we have this robust network and this problem is out there to be solved. And so we established the Michigan Moonshot Initiative in 2018, pre-pandemic. You would have thought we had a crystal ball at the time. And that had really 3 focus areas: education, resources, and funding, infrastructure, and data collection. Under the education, resources, and funding focus area, we partnered with a lot of industry experts from all across the country to establish a framework. It's a very robust document that communities can use really to traverse this broadband journey of plan, build, operate, maintain, and secure networks. We also host monthly webinars that encompass a range of topics from traversing the federal funding landscape to open access networks to digital inclusion. Those resources are free, available to the community. The framework as well as those webinars are free to attend. As far as that infrastructure focus is concerned, as I mentioned, we own and operate this very robust middle mile open access network, and we were recently partnered with Michigan State and were recipients of an NTIA award to execute an optical upgrade across our entire network. Well, what does that mean to local communities? Well, now we're able to partner with both community networks and last mile ISP partners in a manner that we've not been able to do so before now. Remember, we've challenged ourselves with what role can we play in terms of addressing the digital divide. Local last mile operators can now pick up transit service that takes their traffic to the internet POPs, the major points of presence for the internet in Grand Rapids, Chicago, and Detroit, closer to the community. Again, what impact does that have? Well, we're hoping that through these connections that are, again, further out in the community, a lot of the federal funding that's being funneled through the Michigan High-Speed Internet Office, MyHigh, will able to be really leveraged further. So our focus is to really enable these new capacities to sort of lay the strategic foundation for a lot of that federal funding that's coming down to take it a little bit further. So these projects that last mile operators are getting ready to deploy will now have decreased costs because now they can gain access to high capacity transit services further out in the community, as well as increased speed to deliver those services because they don't have as far to build to get to the major internet points of presence. So that's education, funding, and resources. That's infrastructure. And then there's that data collection focus area under the Michigan Moonshot Initiative. Back in 2018, we partnered with the Michigan State Quello Center on a research project. We've worked with 3 different K-12 organizations, one in the UP, one on the west side of the state, and one on the east side of the state. And we really wanted to address or assess rather the homework gap in terms of what impact did the lack of broadband have on these students. And what we found that students who lacked access had lower GPAs, lower standardized test scores, were less likely to attend college, and less likely to navigate into STEM and STEAM careers. So not only was it a homework gap assessment, but it was almost a life outcome assessment. And we tried to, account for all socioeconomic drivers, only looking at lack of access to broadband. And, broadband's a fancy term that you hear us throw around. It's just high-speed internet, folks, right? For people who are wondering, like, what is broadband? Just high-speed internet, just to kind of, level the playing field in terms of our nomenclature. So that's what we found when we worked on that initial pilot study. Since then, around 2020, we started to really expand that data collection service offering, and we've partnered with 20% of the counties throughout the state of Michigan on working with them on sentiment surveys, again, looking at access or lack thereof, to assess both served and unserved homes within their communities. And we found sort of this 30 to 60% range in terms of over-reporting and under-reporting when you compare what the current maps say. And I don't know if Ben will touch on that or not, but I can touch on that a little bit later if we have time. But the current maps, which are currently being worked on by the FCC, basically focus on access at the census block level. But our survey really focuses on at a household level. So as I mentioned, we've worked with 20% of counties throughout the state, and there's just a lot of disparities in terms of that over-reporting and under-reporting, whether they have adequate access or the lack thereof. So again, as I mentioned, the FCC is currently working on those maps, but we do encourage communities to get involved. There are a couple of different maps out there. There's a fabric map, which basically looks at the broadband serviceable locations, so every home or a building that can conceivably obtain internet. That's called the fabric map. And then there's the availability, the service availability map that shows providers are reporting what they can serve, where they can serve. So we encourage communities to really get involved with whether or not their buildings, their homes, their businesses are accurately reported from a serviceable location perspective, and then from a service availability perspective. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, I believe the FCC is releasing that service availability map today, I believe. And that's in sort of pre-draft form. But again, we encourage communities to get involved to make sure that they're adequately represented, because many of us know this in the room, but for those of us that aren't aware, the BEAD funding, which is a part of that bipartisan infrastructure law that I believe has already been mentioned, is going to be administered by the MyHigh office, and that the allocation that each state receives is going to be based on those new FCC maps. So inaccurate maps could possibly lead to less funding being allocated. So again, encouraging communities to make sure that they're properly represented there. So that's the last thing that I'll say about maps and data collection is, and you kind of touched on it as well. I think that there is always going to be an ongoing need for sort of local, unbiased data. We understand the FCC is really trying to make improvements in their maps, but I think that's always going to be an ongoing need. So that's a little bit about Merit, who we are, and kind of what we're doing in this space.
Thanks, Jamika. Next up, we have Ben Feynman from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA.
And I'm getting up here because I do have slides. If you know anything about the federal government, you know we love our slides. While we're getting that pulled up, I was driving my daughter home from school yesterday, and we were having a dad joke contest. And she said, "Dad, you got to come up with a dad joke for your presentation tomorrow." So this is what we came up with. Bear with me. How do you catch a cheetah who has escaped from a well-connected zoo? Well, you use a high-speed internet. Thank you. All right. Wow, we got applause for a dad joke. That's impressive. So appreciate that. Well, so as mentioned, I'm Ben Feynman. I'm a Federal Program Officer with the NTIA under the U.S. Department of Commerce. And it is my pleasure and privilege to be assigned to the state of Michigan for the allocation of money that's going to be coming from the NTIA for broadband. So I am not going to talk about why broadband high-speed internet is important, other than to say in the Tri-County area, there's a couple aspects that I think are unique. One is that historically, all three counties have been pretty well served. A seed I want to plant is that like other infrastructure, high-speed internet infrastructure does not last forever. And the service level that is ubiquitous within the county is at the previous definition of broadband, which is 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up. The definitions moving forwards are 4 times as fast as that, which is 100 megabit download, 20 megabit upload. So I think you're going to find that a lot of areas that were previously marked as served are not going to be anymore using the new definitions. which is not a bad thing because that means you will be eligible for this funding to upgrade and update that infrastructure. The other point, which is not unique to the Tri-County area, but I think is especially important to pay attention to, is digital equity and the digital inclusion activities that have been mentioned earlier. So there are a lot of issues that were identified in the survey to do with not just access to infrastructure, but affordability of broadband, access to devices, and access to digital skills training that lead to digital literacy. So broadband is important, yes, but there are also, it's also important for the Tri-County area in ways that are unique within the state. So we mentioned the bipartisan infrastructure law, $1.2 trillion for various infrastructure investments. $65 billion of that is specifically for high-speed internet, and $48 billion of that will be administered through the NTIA for these 4 grant programs. I'm only going to talk about 2 of them because I'm supposed to take 5 minutes, and I'm endeavoring to do that. So BEAD, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, is the big one that everyone is most interested in. And so that's almost $42.5 billion specifically for infrastructure and, well, more specifically, to ensure that we have universal service for every household in the state of Michigan at a threshold of 100 megabit download, 200 megabit upload. Or, sorry, 100 megabit download, 20 megabit upload. If you're in the space, you know that's a aggressive goal. But I am here to tell you we actually have enough money to accomplish it if we do our jobs well. If there is money left over, BEAD can also be used for digital inclusion activities. That said, there is a separate grant program specifically for digital inclusion activities called the Digital Equity Act. And so that's $2.75 billion specifically for digital equity, and that's to enable those kinds of things like affordability programs, device access programs, and digital skills training. Now, as Jamaica mentioned, the way these funds will be allocated is through the state of Michigan. So the NTIA will award the grant to the state, specifically through the Michigan High-Speed Internet Office. And it will be incumbent upon the state to come up with a plan. Well, actually, they have to do this before they get the money. They have to come up with a plan of how they will allocate the money effectively. And to do that, they are also required to conduct outreach activities so that we're making sure that the plan is representative of everybody within the state of Michigan, because high-speed internet has such a diverse group of stakeholders. And so the My High office is going to start these activities after the first of the year. And I wanted to plant this seed because they will be conducting these outreach activities in the Tri-County area, probably more than one event. And so when those come around, I think it would be great if folks in this room had the time and the will to participate in those. In terms of other things that counties can be doing to get ready for this funding, just to plant a few more seeds, we're entering a time of unprecedented telecommunications construction. And one of the concerns is whether our local resources are ready to do that, not just from a construction workforce perspective, but also overwhelming permitting agencies and things like that. So taking a look at your right-of-way policies to make sure that they're ready for this influx of internet infrastructure expansion, looking at Dig Once policies. We unfortunately don't have a Dig Once policy statewide, although there is a portal for the state that companies should be using. And looking at pole attachment policies. If there's anybody from DTE in the room, I am looking at you, but there probably isn't. The last thing I wanted to mention has to do with broadband availability data. And so the entity that has been the steward of that data in the past is the FCC, and they, well, without going into details, that the data has not been accurate. And this is widely understood that the data is over-reported. They have been working on new maps for quite some time. And as Jamaica mentioned, today is actually a big day because we've been waiting for these new maps for literally years, and they're coming out today. So the one thing that I would suggest everyone do when you go home is look up the new FCC maps for your area and see if they look more representative of the actual broadband coverage situation on the ground. Now, the thing to be done about that is that counties will have the capability to submit a bulk challenge if that information is still not accurate. And as Jamaica said, this is actually very important. The timeline for this is by January 13th. Challenges that will be submitted can be considered for adjudication for the funding that will be allocated for Michigan. So that means if we have households that are not actually served, but they're marked as served, we're going to be leaving money for the state on the table. And more importantly, locally, those addresses will not be eligible for grant funding. So it's important that we get all of the unserved households accounted for. So yeah, just to kind of recap things that counties can be doing, engage with the MyHigh office as they're making their 5-year plans for BEAD and digital equity. Look at your local permitting policies to make sure you're ready for the influx of permits that are going to come down the pike, and take an active role with data collection and look at your coverage situation on the new maps. But looking forward to talking with this great panel more about this subject. So thanks, everyone. And this is my email address. Feel free to contact me anytime.
Thanks, Ben. Next up, we have Jason Dixon, the CEO of Strategic Alliance Community Development Corporation. Jason?
Good morning.
All right.
My name's Jason Dixon. I'm the CEO of Strategic Alliance Community Development. Our goal is to bring 1 gigabyte to 10 gigabytes to low to moderate income communities across the state of Michigan. So we actually started this endeavor in 2017. When we started talking about it, my team was in Ohio at a game with Chauncey Billups and Ty Lue, and we talked about some things that we can, change the landscape of our community when it comes to economic development and reducing the digital divide. And we looked at some places in Michigan, and we came up with Inkster. Inkster, Michigan has some great history when it comes to the Ford Motor Company. How back in when the Great Migration came to from the south to the north, when Ford created that community for African Americans to live and participate in the plants. And we said, this is a community that doesn't have an industry anymore. This is a community that doesn't have a school system. So we said, let's sink our teeth there so we can have a great story that we can replicate across the country. So as we went through that process, we talked about, who has high-speed internet and is it affordable for the community. So we actually went and did some surveys, everyone else does surveys so we can get data. And they didn't have, high-speed internet at affordable price. Most of the senior citizens doesn't have internet, and we just couldn't understand how you're operating without internet access. And then miraculously, the pandemic came, and we had already been talking about, high-speed internet, broadband access, and economic development, and what it does for the community. And then we started getting a lot of calls. So Kellogg, the National Kellogg Foundation, called us first and asked us about our data, and we gave them the data, gave them a presentation, then they made us a national partner, and they asked us to work on Michigan, Mississippi, and Puerto Rico. And I said, wow, that's a feat. But as you look at communities across the country, you'll see in low to moderate income communities, broadband was skipped over because the affordability opportunity. So we put together a program where you'll get 1 gig of internet for 30% cheaper than AT&T, Comcast, Spectrum through our nonprofit. The next thing we're doing that's creative is, because we know some of these subsidies are going to be leaving, soon. Subsidies don't last forever. So if you're in K through 12 and you're in these low to moderate income communities, you'll never be disconnected. Because in most of these communities that's a low to moderate, we looked at what the disparities are. You have a lot of incarcerated parents, recidivism. You have high numbers of children aging out of foster care and in foster care, those type of things. And the affordability is just not there. The next thing we looked at is, in these communities, it's not a lot of technology opportunities. It's no technology hubs. So then we partnered with Nokia. Nokia has an institute in Chicago that AT&T, Spectrum, all the large companies go to for training. So I asked them to partner with us nationally so we can bring a training institute to a low to moderate income community, which would be Inkster. So we just, and this deserves a hand clap. We just on Monday, we just got the deal done to take their old city hall and turn it into a telecommunications training facility. So when you look at that opportunity, you don't have to go get a job at AT&T, or you don't have to go to the military, or you don't have to get incarcerated to get this type of training to have upward mobility, because it's going to be right in your community. And we're looking to talk with the Department of Commerce to create these telecommunication training hubs across the country, because we look at how valuable that is. Because even if we talk about water, any infrastructure and any economic spectrum you have when it comes to food, healthcare, manufacturing, transportation, everything's connected to the fiber backbone. Without, if you want Wi-Fi, you have to have fiber. And if you look through the industry, we don't have enough people to do that type of work. So why not take it to the low to moderate income communities where we can stabilize these communities to create more home ownership, to create more taxation, so we can stabilize our communities. So within that model, and you look at it, the model that we came up with was to be able to train and install. So if you can train the folks, and then you're installing that fiber as we go along, guess what you do? You reduce cost, and you add value to that community. Now that community is building the community, that means they're going to take more care of it because they can appreciate it more. So one of the great things that I'm going to talk about that you can look at in your community, because communities are different. So in Inkster, one of the values is they don't have an education system. They don't have a school system, but they partner with 5 different school systems. So we've talked to River Rouge High School that has a large number of children from Inkster to do a training program with them. So we can look at a vocational partnership. So we can now make sure they participate in all this money that's come along. These are our assets, these are our future. So we already want to be ahead of the game when it comes to that, laying that foundation for them. The next part of it is, in Inkster, they tore down one of the schools. They tore down Inkster High School, which is 33 acres of land. Behind that, there's a railroad. In the airport is 6 minutes from Inkster. So that looks like advanced manufacturing, doesn't it? Guess what you need for advanced manufacturing to come to our community? You need high-speed internet. You need 10 gigabytes to maybe 100 gigabytes for machine learning and things. So we had a conversation with Keith Cooper. He was a global vice president for Ford Motor Company at the time. He brought the Flexingate plant to Detroit. So we got a hold of him, partnered with him, brought him on our board. He's now the global supply chain vice president for Merck Pharmaceuticals. So he has all these relationships in Asia. So I said, hey, as we do this process, if we put in our model that we're going to put high-speed internet at this 33 acres, do you think we can have some folks look into it? He said, Jason, just tell us what we want to manufacture. So I want you guys to understand the opportunities of not just saying we need fiber to the home, but fiber to the premises in places where you have dilapidated areas, where you can energize those areas to make sure that we can participate, we can reduce that bottleneck in the supply chain. So broadband has a lot of opportunities that we're not even really thinking about. And when you look at broadband with water, with that type of technology for the water infrastructure, with things flooding and things like that, you have sensors that's connected to broadband. So it's a wide variety of economics that you can bring to these low to moderate income communities to stabilize them, so it won't be a burden on the taxation, right? So we really want to focus on that. And last but not least, when you have these type of opportunities, usually people of color is left out. So I have to make sure I'm deliberate about creating that opportunity so we'll have an even playing field. And if we put the education right up under their nose, they have open access. Because oftentimes, you don't get a superstar from some of these communities unless they have a disparity. And I don't want them to have a disparity to be able to participate when this opportunity is here. So it's very important to understand when you have a partner like Nokia, which is the manufacturer of broadband equipment, and all these telcos across the state of Michigan, across the country, and over the world utilizes them, that is a great asset to have coming to Michigan. One other thing is a company called Festo. And you guys are going to start hearing about Industry 4.0 because that's the fourth industrial revolution of technology, and it's part of this broadband bill too. So we also partner with them to train Industry 4.0 in a low to moderate income community, which makes it a value when you're talking about advanced manufacturing coming. And this has been a goal for the federal government for about a decade. But now this broadband money, this infrastructure dollars, is going to be able to onshore these manufacturing opportunities in these communities. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you.
So I think, as Commissioner Markham said, this is the panel of experts. So I'm going to take a little bit of the privilege of the gavel and try to structure the remaining time that we have with them, and maybe throw a couple questions their way and let them interact a little bit. So I would ask the panel, like in the next 4 minutes, we've talked a little bit about maps and regional types of focus as opposed to nationwide focus, and I'd be remiss if I didn't shout out my SEMCOG colleagues in the audience, because I also had the privilege of serving on the Broadband Task Force that SEMCOG and the Metropolitan Affairs Coalition gathered a bunch of really smart people, spent a lot of time working on this, and if you want to see great tools, the policy recommendations, great examples of what's going on, they have great resources available as well. But talk to me a little bit about how the counties and the regional conveners can take a leading role, because as a small municipality in Oakland County, we kind of ran out there and kind of said, well, we'll be the tip of the spear. Yeah, we'll run out there and see how many bullets we can take before we go down. So talk to me a little bit about how you see the roles of the counties and regional conveners to kind of shepherd this process and help steer and avoid kind of this, proliferation of solutions. So I'm going to ask Ben to kick it off, and we'll go with 4 minutes.
Great. So counties can do a lot. And one thing I didn't mention in my introduction is I had the privilege of serving as the vice chair of the Washtenaw County Broadband Task Force, which the route that Washtenaw County ended up taking was very successful, is not the only route for counties to take. But I think the most important thing is, as Joe kind of alluded to, if the county takes an active role, they can be the convener over what ends up being a very diverse set of often passionate stakeholders. And if there is not a convening entity to herd all the cats in the right direction, even if they're a great bunch of cats, if they're not working together, you're not going to get the best result. The other kind of seed I want to plant in that regard is there's a whole spectrum of how active a role counties can take. The minimum I think every county should be doing is looking at the data for their own county, because nobody else is going to do that for you, and especially for the tri-county area that was excluded from the state's infrastructure audit. Nobody's going to do it for you. So I think it would be a good thing for the counties to be active in that. But beyond the data, some counties choose to be very active. And as an example, Allegan County identified their unserved areas, allocated $18 million of ARPA money, issued an RFP, awarded it to a private partner, and are now working with that private partner to seek future grant funding. So the total project cost is $72 million. The private partner is kicking in $18 million to match the $18 million ARPA. So they're taking a very active role in that regard. Just another example, not the route that everyone should take, but consider what's best for your county and how active a role you should take on that spectrum.
2 minutes. Who else wants to take a crack at it?
I'll just make it quick. So when I think about the role that counties can play, I think about two things: scale and resources. We engage with a lot of townships, and they don't know what they don't know. They don't know where to begin. They ask a lot of questions. There's a lot of them, right? More than 1,200 across the state. And one of the prevailing questions is, we don't have fill in the blanks, right? So counties have, right? Whereas these townships don't. So when I think about the power of scale and the resources that counties have that these local townships don't, they're crying out for help. And so you have that strength that you can provide to a lot of these smaller and more local entities, and they need someone to look to, someone to turn to, Also, as I mentioned, we typically engage at the county level. We have engaged at some township levels, but it's more impactful at the county level. You get, just to kind of touch a little bit on what Ben talked about, talk about power of ownership. You have buy-in. You all are the ones that are the decision makers at that level. So scale and resources.
Jason, go for it. About 30 seconds.
Open access network. Open access network for the state of Michigan. Period. Because it's the future, and everyone can get on the open access network. It's enough money to grow these communities, and understand access to your easements and those things. Make sure we understand the policy to make it accessible.
And just to interject, the Allegan County RFP award is for an open access network.
Well, great job, panel. You kept that to 3 minutes and 54 seconds. Right? Awesome. So maybe we'll start with Jason on this next one. So, all three of you kind of alluded to what else the locals can do. I mean, we've talked about now county, regional. We've had kind of a federal look at it from Ben's point of view. So for those municipalities that maybe don't have, the right staff or the right people or the right skill set to even eat this elephant, where would you tell those folks to start and prepare themselves? We've talked about from a county or convener perspective how to organize, but what do we really need at the local level to be a good partner to the region and be able to be ready when it's time? 4 minutes.
Call Strategic Alliance Community Development. But partnerships are important. You might want to you can call like Farmington and find out what their process was, how they got started, and then understand your assets. Understand, your school board president. That's very important to leverage those type of assets. Your library. Understand where all your assets, your railroad, your freeway, how you're selling that community, so you'll know your points. And understand where your the community, who's the community leaders that can help you spread this message, because you have to do a lot of community engagement so folks can understand. And I think that's education is the most part. And just be open. But I always talk about an open access network, right? You got to have that. So if somebody comes to you and they say they want to do fiber in your community, make sure it's an open access network. And because what that does is that gives you players to come in that market. Because if it's an open access network, AT&T, Comcast, whoever wants to come can still get on that network and have a tax or however you're going to create that opportunity for your community. But sharing information, that's it. Because it's not once you learn that about putting fiber on the pole or going underground, once you kind of understand that and where your points of entry are, it's going to make it very easy. And look at Chattanooga, Tennessee. They did something a decade ago when it wasn't popular to have fiber to the home. It's another Loma Linda, California did another program prior to that. These are the places that we looked at to make sure we could follow their models. And Loma Linda is really good because they have their whole process online. So you can, and they're happy to, take those phone calls and schedule opportunities for your council to listen in to what they did, their do's, their don'ts, and things of that nature.
Thanks, Jason. 2 minutes. Who's next?
I'll take it. I like to pare it down into kind of 6 steps to keep it practical. You need people who care about the problem. So community leaders, broadband champions, steering committee, stakeholders, elected officials. You've got to assess the problem. I come from a line of preachers, so they like to talk in like PPP or CCC. So I'm going to talk about problem. So people who care about the problem, then you've got to assess the problem. Maps, surveys, choose your weapon, right? Then you need sort of a vision, define what success, what equity looks like, so you know when you're meeting milestones. You need resources. So Jason talked about partnerships. What community anchor institutions are we gonna work with? What ISP partners are we gonna work with? What does financial modeling look like for our community? You need an action plan. And then you need to understand when you've started to acquire success and meet milestones, modify your goals. So, who cares about the problem? What is the problem? How are we gonna fix this problem? What our action plan is, and then, modify and build upon successes.
Thanks, Jamaica. 45 seconds. Ben, you want to finish it?
Yeah, the only point I will highlight in terms of how local communities and organizations can be ready to help. Everybody should have a broadband person, a point of contact. And this doesn't have to be a funded position. It's great if it can be an elected official. It doesn't have to be an elected official. We hear from elected officials all the time. They're like, oh, I'm too busy. I don't know about this topic. I guarantee there's somebody in your community that is passionate about broadband. And so find that person and bless them. You're the broadband person. And then send them out into the world. I mean,
The
find
anointed
someone you
one.
trust. But exactly. But make sure there's a broadband person.
Good job, panel. Let me stop that. So I'd like to maybe give this one to Jamika. So the incumbents, a lot of times would view this kind of discussion or dialogue, they might perceive it as somewhat of a threat. I'll say from my own experience, when we were presenting the results of our feasibility study, you know, Farmington's 2 square miles, we have a great downtown, 11,000 people now, thank you, Census, 11,000 people, and we had a lobbyist from Spectrum in our meeting, and it was weird, right? Weird. Lobbyists don't come to city council meetings. Like, what do we do? So what advice would you give to locals about, you know, communicating with incumbents, maybe bringing them on board? How do you see the incumbents' role in this discussion, and how do we bring them in instead of turning this into another us and them or an adversarial thing? Because I believe if they could find a cheaper way to deliver internet over common infrastructure, that business case writes itself. But I'd be interested to hear what the panel thinks. 4 minutes.
So, public-private partnerships are good. They're a good thing for our communities. I'll full stop, right? Secondly, competition is good. I won't name names, but we were engaged with the township on a data collection. And when one of the larger partners heard about this effort, they called leadership within the township and said, hey, can we just talk about that? What can we do to stop that from happening? They were afraid of what the outcomes might be. So you know what? Making noise and getting their attention is actually a good thing, can be a good thing, because it might even drive down cost for the community, which is a good thing. It may cause them to come in and connect those last several blocks within that underserved community, which is a good thing. So you know, we talked about like what communities might need to do to get started, and sometimes just making that noise is enough to get their attention, which causes them to take action. That's a good thing. These public-private partnerships in terms of working with
So while we're waiting, I'm gonna share something with you guys. In the Community Reinvestment Act through the Federal Reserve Bank, a lady named Ms. Garcia in 2018 made it available for dollars in the Community Reinvestment Act for broadband. So if you have projects and you might not get one grant from the state or something, you might want to go to your local bank and say they can use CRA dollars, Community Reinvestment dollars, to help you with some planning for those small towns and things of that nature. I've just thought about, I wanted to share that with you. So that's an opportunity for you.
So I think that the timer's telling us when the game will start. Yes. We've got 12 questions on deck right now. But we have 47 seconds left to get to them. The technology. Anybody want to take 30 seconds to fill the gap? When is the money coming?
Now, I can talk a little timeline. So one thing I didn't mention, the state of Michigan is administering $250 million broadband grant program from the Capital Projects Fund. It's called Robin, Realizing Opportunity with Broadband Infrastructure Networks, I think. And so that's going to be dropping soonish, maybe not till after the first of the year since we're getting into the holidays. But that's going to be the first opportunity. The seed funding, you know, as I mentioned, we're doing the My High office is doing the planning starting now, but the funding won't drop probably until
January.
well, the NOFO won't drop until later next year, and then the money won't flow until 2024.
About 250 million, starting January. All right, I think we've got the questions lined up. And okay, we've got the questions. All right. Ben, you mentioned a couple of issues to be aware of, like the right-of-way. Can you explain what that means and the other two that were on the slide and how the counties can help overcome them?
Sure. So in terms of right-of-way access, there's two main ways to build this infrastructure. One is to string it along utility poles, and the other is to drill it underground in the right-of-way. Especially when you're in more urban areas, the right-of-way gets more crowded, and that becomes more challenging. So the main takeaway that I wanted to impart, and I'm not actually sure for the tri-counties. I assume that you work with your county road commissions to handle the right-of-way permitting. But if that is the case, then it would be incumbent upon the road commission to be ready for this influx of permits. And you know, what I'm trying to impress upon is, in the past we get, you know, a handful of permits for these kinds of telecom projects, but we're going to be getting 10 times or 100 times as many permit applications as we've gotten in the past. So the road commission or whoever the permitting authority needs to be ready to handle that.
So as an organization that has had to project manage some of these fiber build outs, we would also encourage local communities to consider when they are digging up roadways to put conduit down, just as a practice, whether it's countywide or at the township level, because that then would just allow organizations in the future to just string and pull fiber cable through. So if you're tearing up a road, put conduit in.
That the money's hopefully coming. Beyond broadband, how do we get technology to students to prepare them for the tech that will be dominating their careers? Anybody? Joe?
Thanks. I would say that a lot of the infrastructure for this kind of education is already out there. As a manufacturing guy, I can tell you right now, there's more software and more IT in our operation than ever. And the traditional curriculum for engineers, technicians, operators of machinery now substantially includes a lot of this kind of content. So I would leverage industry associations that already have built this out and just try to analog it over to what we're trying to do here, because that workforce topic is a big one. It's one thing to build something shiny and put it out there. It's another thing to keep it alive for a very long time. And the fact of the matter is, we're not going to use less internet than we are today. You know, in 10 years of anything, it's going to be, everybody's afraid it's going to be way more. So I think, you know, the biggest thing we can do is to start filling that workforce pipeline, because this is going to be around for a good long while. And I believe those models already exist. So my encouragement would be reach out to Society of Manufacturing Engineers, Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE International, these groups. They're already thinking about this because they have connected plants, connected facilities. Jason kind of touched on this. You know, this is already out there. We just need to harness it and deploy it in another lane.
So for the high school level, you could probably partner with the Communication Workers of America. They're actually the largest union in the world, I just found out. The laborers union is a good partner to educate and get folks into that streamline, so we'll have the workforce that's needed.
Another one, how can the ACP be used to leverage such the efforts?
So the ACP is the Affordable Connectivity Program, and this is another federally funded program that provides basically a $30 subsidy for eligible households, $30 monthly subsidy for eligible households to get high-speed internet. And you know, the takeaway here is that the program is vastly undersubscribed in terms of there's a ton more households that are eligible than are actually taking advantage of it. So that's kind of a watch this space thing. The FCC, who administers the program, is going to be sending out some materials that can be used by local organizations to help onboard their constituents, because it turns out it's kind of a manual process. It can take a single digital navigator person up to an hour to onboard somebody into this program. And this is, verifying their low income status, or the various steps that have to happen through the application process. So there's definitely an active role communities and community organizations can take in making sure their residents are taking full advantage of this benefit that's available.
Okay. And a follow up on that, once there's access, bro, how do we get the residents affordable access to connect to it?
We wrestled with this in our feasibility study. I mean, we do have an underserved community of people that we were concerned, how are we going to make this affordable? And what we found in our primary research from cities that had already done this, and I guess it kind of dovetails with, who else has done this already. If you look at, we were looking at peer communities, so we looked at Ammon, Idaho, small town, 2 square miles, about 10,000 residents, and after they did their build out, and the infrastructure was available, internet service providers entered the space and started competing, and people were able to get like 100 megabit symmetric up and down for $9.95 a month. Like the price just dove down. So your assistance programs will go a lot farther when the competitive element comes in and drives the price in a direction where now all of your assistance programs can have way more impact, because you can reach way more households, because the industry itself is, driving the price in a direction where those programs can have more impact. So I know it sounds a lot like build it and they will come, but honestly, if you take the moat away, I mean, we don't tell DHL and UPS and the US Postal Service and FedEx to build their own roads. We just don't do that. We build a road and we let people provide services over that common infrastructure to residents and businesses, and then they have to compete on their service, on their core. This moat of infrastructure really is the limiter, and I believe if that's gone, the market will do the rest.
AKA open access.
Yeah, thank you. That was way simpler than what I said. Thank you.
And are there any other in Michigan that did what you did? I think that was following.
Yeah, in Michigan, the others that we studied all kind of built their own utility. They kind of took a bigger bite and kind of went, whole hog. I think in Michigan, I'm not aware of anybody else who. I think Ben made a.
City of Holland.
Yeah, that's right.
Holland.
Yeah, well, Holland has her own utility as well, right?
Yeah. They're also building an open.
They built their network, yeah. So Holland would be the big one.
I think and this is probably a follow-up on Ben. What stress does broadband put on the electrical system, short of or long term? There's something in place to monitor. Is there any preventive measures in that place?
I'm sorry, the electrical system?
Yeah.
Okay, I heard the electoral.
No.
That's
no.
a different question.
That's.
Yeah, the electrical system. So I wouldn't say broadband puts stress on the electrical system, but broadband is critical for the operation of the electrical grid. So you hear about things like smart grids, and that to have a smart grid, you have to have ubiquitous connectivity throughout the grid. And so what this looks like on the ground is DTE running fiber optic to their substations, DTE rolling out these smart meters that communicate wirelessly back home.
We're going to reconvene. We have a very special guest. If everyone could come to order. I don't have my gavel, but I will talk loud. Thank you. Awesome. So, we have special guests who have flown all the way here from Washington, D.C., and it is our NACo representatives. Another important part of the 3 counties is that we all share and we are all very involved in the National Associations of Counties. The National Associations of Counties is also called NACo, and they provide support for counties all across the country. And I'm going to ask Dave Woodward, where is he, to shut everybody up. Let me see. Okay. Don, if you could control your section of the audience. Thank you. Thank you. As I was saying, another important aspect of county government are our partners in Washington, D.C., and through our advocacy and lobbying organization, NACo, the National Association of Counties. And we are thrilled to have two staff members here with us today. Chair Woodward, Chair Brown, and myself are very active in NACo, serving on different capacities, and they really provide the resources to help us do what we do and help us provide and bring back resources here to our respective counties. We are pleased to have two representatives with us today, Seamus Dowdle and Sarah Gilmont. They are both coming from Washington, D.C., so they may not have anticipated the beautiful winter weather that we're having here, but they brought their coats and they are thrilled to be here with us today. Seamus is the Associate Legislative Director for Telecommunications and Technology Policy Issues at NACo. In this role, he serves as a liaison to NACo's Telecommunication and Technology Policy Steering Committee. He works with county officials from across the country to set organizational priorities and policies for telecommunications and technology issues that affect all counties. Sarah is the Associate Legislative Director for Environment, Energy, and Land Use with NACo. In this role, she works with county officials from across the country to set organizational priorities and policies for environment, energy, and land use. They have brought with them great information that we can take advantage of from the national perspective. So, without further ado, let's give our two NACo representatives who flew all the way from California, who flew all the way from D.C., a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bell, and good morning, everybody. I think the distance probably wasn't quite as long from California to Michigan as Washington to Michigan, but nonetheless, we're really happy to be here. So I just want to give a quick overview on the National Association of Counties. Of course, our mission is to strengthen America's counties. We represent all 3,069 counties across the country. And really what Sarah and I do is we advocate on a policy platform that is entirely drafted and voted upon by member county officials serving on our policy steering committees. So a lot of what our work is really based off the work of counties and the engagement of counties. So we're really happy to be invited here to the Tri-County Summit today. And this really enshrines a few of our kind of core values at NACo. So advocating county priorities in federal policy making, promoting exemplary county policies and practices, so helping to share best practices with the community, nurturing leadership skills and expanding on knowledge networks, optimizing county and taxpayer resources and cost savings, and ultimately, and could be the most important one, of course, is enriching the public's understanding of county government. There are always more stories to be told, so we're happy to do this on a day-to-day basis. So, of course, we just went through an hour and a half or so of broadband policy and updates, so I won't belabor repeated points too much, but I did just want to say that from the NACo perspective, really our mission for counties across the country is to advocate for providing high-speed internet that is affordable, accessible, and reliable to all county residents, and we do that through promoting a central county role in broadband deployment efforts. So what does that look like on the ground? So we're serving as ready partners for implementation of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law's Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment, or BEAD program. We heard Ben talk about that earlier. We're also advocating for robust involvement in the Federal Communication Commission's National Broadband Availability Mapping effort and associated challenge process. The news was broken earlier this morning, but the broadband maps are out, so you can actually take a look at them now. Hopefully you'll pay attention to us for a few more minutes before you peek on your phone, but that's the link there, and that's how you're able to access it. So we'll talk about that in a moment. And then we're really boosting the enrollment of the Affordable Connectivity Program. This is perhaps the most critical federal tool out there right now to help combat affordability issues with internet access. So again, we've gone through these points over the last 2 hours at this point, but the BEAD program, I'll just say, serving as the largest broadband program in the bipartisan infrastructure law, it's really critical that counties play an active role in this program. So this distribution mechanism, it's actually going to send grants to the states initially, but there's a core local coordination requirement in which counties are able to directly work with the state broadband office as they put together their initial and final proposal for funding. This is a really critical role that can be played out in order to help guide the state broadband office in how they will ultimately utilize these funds across equity, access, and deployment efforts. And a note on the timeline, of course, the bill does mandate that state allocations cannot occur until the FCC updates their broadband availability maps. But seeing as they've done so today, conveniently for us, I'm just going to quickly go over a few points on the new maps. So the function of these new maps is to report availability. And the way they do this is they're collecting data from internet service providers who are going to report on a location-by-location basis what is the maximum available service they are making commercially available. This is a little bit different from network performance, so they're not necessarily reporting how their speeds are performing. They're also not providing metrics on adoption or affordability measurements. So I want to be quite clear about that. This map is just going to show what a provider is offering as their highest tier of service to a mass market. And with the release of these maps, as the NTIA noted earlier, this opens up an associated challenge process for interested stakeholders to make corrections to the data as they see fit. So we talked a little bit about the dates, but on November 18th today, the maps have been released. Counties, as well as state entities, internet service providers, and even consumers have the opportunity to make availability adjustments on the map or challenges that they'd like to. And we're really encouraging folks to do this by January 13th so that it can make some sort of impact on the state allocations through the BEAD program. So in summary, again, from our great panel earlier, how can counties mobilize around this effort? First, with outreach, so really leaning on community partners to play a role in helping to reach the public directly and consumers to get engaged with this challenge process, but also leaning on their expertise as different community partners have heard directly from residents in terms of whether or not they have service, and if they do have service, which level of access they're signing up for. This is really kind of a broad outreach effort, and there's resources at NACo as well as with our federal partners that are going to assist in this effort. Secondly, verifying the maps, so dedicating resources to reviewing map determinations and whether they're accurate. And then lastly, once more, coordinating with your state broadband office. So in quick round of the House for other affordability initiatives, and then I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Sarah. The ACP, as I mentioned, this is perhaps the most critical federal tool that is currently available to help address affordability issues. So NACo has served as a partner with the FCC and the administration to help roll out an outreach toolkit for the Affordable Connectivity Program. 14 million households are now signed up for the benefit, but it's estimated that there may be as much as 14 additional households that, while categorically eligible for the ACP, they are not currently signed up. So there's actually an outreach grant program that is available. They're offering $70 million in funding to applicants. This is a county eligible program. So if you're interested in learning more about that, we encourage you to visit our site, but the applications are due on January 9th, and those would go to the FCC. I have a few more updates, but I'm looking at the time, so I want to give Sarah time to present. I'll just quickly share that the Federal Communication Commission has also recently released guidance on having internet service providers provide consumer labels. They're sometimes called nutrition labels. This is a mock-up. It's a complete example, but it demonstrates how the Commission has taken a closer look at pricing transparency for consumers as they make decisions on which internet service plans to sign up for. And then lastly, the Federal Communications Commission is also making a lot of initiatives and progress on digital discrimination. This is also the right to receive equal access to internet services that are equitable in offerings, latency, performance, terms and conditions for anybody who would like to subscribe no matter where you live or who you are. They've actually released a model for local governments to follow in terms of helping to promote and combat against digital discrimination. So you see some of the recommendations up here, and hopefully these efforts will go a long way. So with that being said, Sarah, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you to talk about what will be our next panel on the water infrastructure.
Great. Thanks, Seamus, and thanks to Chair Bell for inviting us here today. Seamus mentioned I'm going to talk a little bit about water infrastructure, but I'm first going to talk about the, if I can get this to work, the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. As you all know, ARPA provided $65.1 billion in direct flexible funding to counties across the country. Through the state and local fiscal recovery fund. Eligible uses of this funds included a variety of activities, including supporting the public health response, replacing public sector revenue loss, addressing negative economic impacts, providing premium pay for essential workers, broadband, as Seamus has talked a little bit about, and also investing in water and sewer infrastructure. Eligible water infrastructure investments and projects are aligned, I keep going the wrong way with this, are aligned with those under the Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. SLFRF payments can be used by counties to make necessary investments in water and sewer infrastructure, and counties really have wide latitude to identify which investments are of the highest priority for their community. Types of projects eligible under the Clean Water State Revolving Fund include, and I'm really going to run quickly through these since I know we're tight on time, construction of publicly owned treatment works, non-point source pollution management, national estuary program projects, decentralized wastewater treatment systems, stormwater projects, water conservation, efficiency and reuse, watershed pilot projects, energy efficiency projects, water reuse, security measures at publicly owned treatment works, as well as technical assistance. So that's really a wide range of projects available under the Clean Water SRF that you can use ARPA dollars for. Shifting to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, eligible uses under that would include treatment, including projects to install or upgrade facilities or improve drinking water quality, transmission and distribution, rehabilitation of wells or the development of eligible sources to replace contaminated sources, water storage, consolidation of water systems, as well as the creation of new systems. And again, these are all projects that you can pursue with ARPA dollars. I would also point out that the final rule, as published by Treasury, made a few additions to eligible projects, including culvert repair, resizing, removal, and replacement of storm sewers and additional types of stormwater infrastructure, infrastructure to improve access to safe drinking water for individuals served by residential wells, as well as dam and reservoir rehabilitation, as well as lead remediation projects that are eligible under the WIN Act. The final rule also allowed for cybersecurity needs to protect water and sewer infrastructure, addressing climate change by taking steps to address potential sources of pollution and preventing those pollutants from entering drinking water sources, reducing the energy needed to treat drinking water, green infrastructure to support stormwater system resiliency, and also providing relief in the case of a natural disaster, such as connecting water systems. And I know we're well into ARPA spending, but I did just wanted to provide a refresher in case there are funds that you are still considering how to spend best. Shifting to another source of water infrastructure funding, I want to talk a bit about the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or bill, as I'm sure you have heard, which was actually just signed into law a year ago this week. Bill provides $1.2 trillion over 5 years, including $550 billion in new investments for all modes of transportation, water, power and energy, environmental remediation, public lands, broadband, and resiliency. A significant portion of this funding, about $55 billion, is dedicated to water infrastructure. And I think Bill really reckons with the fact that much of the nation's water infrastructure network is aging. It was built in the 1970s and the 1980s. You know, on average, 14 to 18% of total daily treated potable water is lost through leaks. Across the country, approximately 10 million households in the US are without safe drinking water. 400,000 schools and child care centers are without safe drinking water, and about 6 billion gallons of treated water is lost on a daily basis. But Bill provides funding to try to address some of these issues. A majority of the funding is being distributed through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, as well as the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which I talked a little bit about before. Bill provides $11.7 billion for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund over 5 years, with up to 49% loan forgiveness. Same figures for the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. It also provides $15 billion over 5 years for lead pipe replacement projects through the Drinking Water SRF, with up to 49% loan forgiveness. And then finally, it provides about $10 billion over 5 years to address emerging contaminants such as PFAS and drinking water contamination. And that includes, it's all done through the SRFs. That includes $1 billion through the Clean Water SRF, $4 billion through the Drinking Water SRF, and then $5 billion specifically for underserved communities. All in all, Bill provides about a 72% increase in clean water SRF spending over historic levels, and about a 5-fold increase in relative to historic levels for the Drinking Water SRF. So now that we've hit about a year mark on Bill, EPA has awarded $4 billion to states, tribes, territories, and Washington, D.C. in capitalization grants under all the state revolving fund programs. The remaining funding is going to be distributed on a rolling basis through FY25 as states continue to develop intended use plans. I would also note that Bill provided $1 billion to the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative to accelerate the cleanup of congressionally designated areas of concern. And this funding will be critical to completing work on 22 of the remaining 25 areas of concern by 2030. I'm just going to shift quickly to something that might be outside my designated topic, but I really want to get the word out on this funding and these opportunities, so I want to talk a little bit about the Inflation Reduction Act. So as you likely know, the IRA was signed into law earlier this year. Among a host of other aims, the IRA seeks to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. It does so through a number of different ways, including direct investments in climate and energy programs, as well as by providing tax incentives to boost the development and deployment of clean energy. These investments include multiple direct funding opportunities for counties through traditional grant programs, as well as through clean energy tax credits, and I'm really going to focus on these tax credits today. So the IRA extends, modifies, and establishes several tax incentives to boost the development and deployment of clean energy, as I mentioned. Many of these credits have the potential to benefit multiple aspects of both county operations as well as your residents. This includes the installation of energy facilities, including solar, wind, microgrid, hydropower, the conversion of vehicle fleets to electric or hybrid, so things like police cars, school buses, garbage trucks, electric vehicle charging infrastructure deployment, the use of renewable fuels such as biodiesel, and energy efficient building design and construction. And what's really exciting here is that previously renewable energy incentives were really only available to tax-paying entities, but now tax-exempt entities such as counties, electric cooperatives, what have you, can benefit from some of these incentives through a new direct payment election. And so that really means that in lieu of receiving the credit, you can apply for a direct payment for the same activity from the federal government. And the credits the counties can take advantage of under that direct pay option are available on the screen here. So there's the investment tax credit, or the ITC, which is an upfront subsidy of about 30% of project costs. There's a production tax credit, or the PTC, which is a subsidy over time based on the amount of power generated. And the rest are on the list here. So there's really just a ton of opportunity. And just want to hit home that direct pay option is really new and really exciting. It puts you on a level playing field with private companies. There's also several credit enhancements. Those sort of revolve around prevailing wage requirements, or domestic content requirements, or apprenticeship requirements. So that's something to consider as well. For the ITC and PTC, for example, if you're located in an energy community, which is defined a couple different ways, a brownfield site, or if you were previously a home to oil, gas, coal development, then you would get a 10% credit boost on top of that 30%. So that's really a lot of money there. I would note that we are waiting for Treasury and IRS to issue guidance on these credits. NACo did submit comments on the notices they released, primarily on how to best structure that direct pay option, as well as a couple definitions or clarifying the definition for energy community. But I did just want to highlight that hydropower is eligible under the PTC, and notably the IRA makes hydropower and marine and kinetic energy resources eligible for the full PTC. Previously, it was only eligible for a half credit. And the other two credits I want to pull out are the Clean Electricity Investment Tax Credit and the Production Tax Credit. These are new tax credits established by the IRA, and they're technology neutral, so hydropower would qualify under that as well. But we do have a full analysis on the IRA on our website, which I would encourage you all to check out, but I think we're probably at about time, so I'm going to go ahead and close for now.
She can fiddle with that. Good morning. My name is Julie Matuzik, County Commissioner from Macomb County, except I will clarify, I ceased being a County Commissioner at midnight on Wednesday, and as of yesterday became a trustee for the Clinton Township Board. But I'm still here, because we put in the work. A few years ago, temporarily lost my mind and got in a minivan with 3 adults and 3 13-year-olds, and we drove to the Grand Canyon. Lots of stories to tell, but what struck me during that trip, other than seeing these amazing national parks that we went to, was I had never really spent a lot of time out west on the ground. You're in a minivan, you are on the ground, and our other rule was we weren't taking any interstates. So we were on the ground. I was struck by how brown everything is. The color scheme out west is totally different. I was struck that the McDonald's had a menu item so you could pay to fill up your water jug. Each gas station had a station where you could fill up your water jugs to take home. And it really got me thinking about the water issue. Everybody talks about water and thinks about water. And if you're out west, your question is, how do I get adequate water? In Michigan, we talk about water all the time, but it has more to do with having too much water. We have water in our basements. We have water flooding our streets. We have water flooding our freeways. So it's a very different reality. And we in Michigan feel passionately about water. We fight about it. We talk about it. We engage each other in discussions about it. And so I was very pleased last year when this summit decided that water usage, water in Southeast Michigan was a topic that we wanted to really look at. So we formed a water group. If I knew how to do this, I would do this. There we are. This is our study group from Macomb County, and you're going to see most of these people later on, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time introducing them, but myself as chairperson, Commissioner Zinner from Macomb County, Commissioner Yolanda Smith-Charles from Oakland County, Commissioner Mike Spitz from Oakland County. In Wayne County, we had Commissioner Terry Marecki and Commissioner Sam Baidoon. And we have been meeting for the past year, and we also had the assistance of so many of our staff people who were the key experts in all of this. So unlike the other panel, which brought in outside experts, we're going to use our staff, which are experts in this subject matter, because I'll explain a little later what our philosophy basically was. So our charge, as we were given to us, was to identify all the challenges about water infrastructure in Southeast Michigan and to work together to craft some goals, complete some study, gather information, and make a presentation. I will stand here today and tell you I know what all the challenges are, and I know how we solve them. Right there. We need a few $100 billion. We can replace all the lead lines. We can separate the sewer and the water systems. We can rebuild the pumping stations and the retention basins. We can do all of that. Few $100 million. We know how to do that. Unfortunately, no one has given us that. So as a group, we took upon ourselves the philosophy of what can we do with what we have? What resources do we have as county government that we can use? And are we using them to the best of our ability? Are we using them in a coordinated way between the 3 counties in Southeast Michigan? And how can we best pull all of these things together using what we already have, assuming there's no money tree and someone's not dumping lots of money in our lap? So the first thing we did was to identify the challenges that we're facing. And again, we all know this. Larger rain events, flooding, houses, streets, probably the biggest message we as county commissioners hear from our constituents. Sewer overflows, old infrastructure, lead water lines, water rates. Those are all challenges we face. And so we looked, using the criteria, what can we do with what we already have? What can we do better? So we picked 3 areas to work on. Stormwater standards. We recently, as Southeast Michigan, came up with some stormwater standards. So the question is, are we enforcing them? And are we uniformly enforcing them around the 3 counties? We are going to look at regional platform for legislative and regulatory reform. We all hire lobbyists. Are we working together? Do we have an agreed upon changes we should be making, asking legislators to make legislation, regulation? Are we working together? And then education, because it can't just be us. We can't do it as local elected officials. We have to engage our residents to do this as well. So what kind of educational opportunities and resources do we already have that we're not using very well? So first we're going to have a presentation from Suzanne Coffey, the Chief Executive Officer for the Great Lakes Water Authority. And then we're going to have a presentation specifically about water resources, then about legislative and regulatory reform, and then about education. And we have some handouts, and we're going to try to tie that together. As I said, we're a very practical group. We're not looking for pie in the sky. Let's figure out what we can do right now. So I would like to introduce Oakland County Commissioner Michael Spieth to introduce our first speaker.
Thank you for that, Patty. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Mike Spiz. I am an Oakland County Board of Commissioners for District 3, which is the entire northeast corner of Oakland County. So I get the honor of introducing Suzanne Coffey, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Great Lakes Water Authority. Suzanne became the Chief Executive Officer of GLEWA back in June 23rd of 2022, excuse me. Not ahead in time yet. Before being named Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Coffey served for nearly a year in the role of Interim Chief Executive Officer. Prior to that, she was the Chief Planning Officer for GLEWA, a position she held since August 24th, 2015. As Chief Planning Officer, Ms. Coffey championed GLEWA's efforts to bolster the authority's asset management capacities, capital improvement program, execution, and long-term planning efforts, including the wastewater master plan. Ms. Coffey initially became familiar with GLEWA through her role as a manager in the Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner's Office, where she worked for 12 years and was an integral part of the DWSD GLEWA transition efforts. Under the leadership of Oakland County Water Resource Commissioner Jim Nash, Ms. Coffey was responsible for supervising engineers, field staff, administration, technical support personnel, and supporting operations and maintenance of wastewater interceptor systems, local municipality wastewater systems, drains and lake level structures, as well as oversight of staff members who perform construction project management and construction inspection. Whew, that's a lot. Ms. Coffey is a licensed professional engineer in the state of Michigan. She graduated cum laude from Lawrence Technical University in Oakland County with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and was named Young Engineer of the Year by the Northern Chapter of Michigan Society of Professional Engineers. With that, I give you Suzanne.
We serve 3.8 million people with drinking water and 2.8 million people on the wastewater side. So we have a huge footprint, and when we talk about coming together in these types of forums, this is what we do. GLWA was stood up out of the Detroit bankruptcy to be a separate entity, and we are. We started operations in 2016. So we're relatively young in that regard. But one of the major principles that we were stood up on was collaboration. So we work collaboratively with utility managers, engineers, local officials every single day. We have a huge member outreach program, and collaboration is our strength. And so we work very hard in that space. We have over 80 meetings a year. That means we have one every week, and every other week we have 2 meetings. This week I know we had 2 meetings. We did a charges rollout meeting just yesterday, and we have a technical wastewater meeting today. So what we do is we bring those utility managers, the operators, and the engineers together to talk about how we function as a region. It's one of our strengths. I would say it's probably the primary strength that we have to solve the kinds of problems that this committee identified, right? Certainly there are more problems than answers, but I want to talk to you a little bit about 2 challenges and an opportunity from the GLWA perch, right, as we take a look over the region in the water sector. Resiliency and affordability are the 2 different sides of the same coin, right? If we had all the money we want, public servants, we would just fix everything, right? We absolutely would do that. But resources are limited. There's no doubt about that. So what are we doing about it? We're coming together to plan together, to do emergency response planning together. You've seen probably in the news that we've had emergencies the last couple of years. Our infrastructure is aging. That's the reality. And we're thrilled that there are funding sources coming to infrastructure. For decades, we have heard about aging infrastructure. It's easy to see it in the roads. It's easy to get annoyed about it on the roads because we drive on the roads and we say, this has got to stop, right? We got to fix this. But the reality is our pipes are all under the roads. And so are the county's pipes and the city's pipes and the villages and the townships, right? We can't rip up all this roadway and replace all these pipes. We just don't have enough money. So what do? We need to get smart together. And so that's what we work on at Great Lakes Water Authority is regional planning, coming together, and we're certainly stronger together. One of the things that I'd like to just say is a shining star and an example of that is when we have communities come together and say, hey, I have a problem I need to solve, but the solution actually might be better downstream of me in a different community. How do I partner with you to do the best that we can to stretch the public money so that we can do more? So we've had examples of that. We've recently partnered with Oakland County and Detroit on a project that will save money for Oakland County. It will save money for DWSD, Detroit's Water and Sewerage Department, and GLWA. And it will improve water quality, no question. So those are the types of things that we continue to build on. The second challenge is climate adaptation. So we hear a lot about climate change, and we've been hearing about that for a while. I recently attended a conference in the Water Environment Federation and sat for 8 hours and listened to how large metropolitan areas in the country are dealing with climate change. And what they're beginning to talk about is, okay, climate scientists are now giving us data, but the data is really scenario planning. You know, are we going to be able to get a hold of the climate change problem and limit our CO2 emissions to where we are today? If that's the case, then we're here. If we can't, we might be here, or we might be there, right? This is the challenge with the climate and the weather, frankly. We have seen exceedingly large events come in, rain events come into not just our region, but the Midwest this summer, right? 2 summers ago, we had it here. We had the basement flooding. We had street flooding. We had events that were way beyond anything we had designed. As engineers, The combined sewer system's really designed for about 1.7 inches of water or rain coming down in an hour. None before, none after. We've been designing for that for decades. That event that we had in June, 8 inches of rain. 8 in a 24-hour period. We had rain gauges, 3 rain gauges, west, central, and east side in Wayne County, significant rain, 8 inches of rain. So what are we going to do? We have to come together to plan for that as well. And we have to do scenario planning for that. And that's the type of work that we do. I want to talk very specifically about a project that we are initiating and that we have asked for. After the rain events, we began to look at what it is that is being done across the country for these types of things. We are not the first major metropolitan area to deal with flooding, right? Some have gone before us. So we've partnered with the Army Corps of Engineers. We have legislation in the Water Resources Development Act that's moving through our federal legislators now for a study, a regional flood resiliency study. And if we do that project right after the study, we can pick up big water quality improvements along the way. Because the flooding problem is huge, right? We've spent $2 billion in this region on water quality improvements, and we have cleaned up the rivers significantly. We still have work to do. But when we take a bite out of this next big problem, which is what we're going to do for flood resiliency, we should pick up that environmental piece along the way. So that was the second challenge. The last thing I want to talk about is an economic opportunity. So you might not know this, but we have exceedingly large capacity in our water system that's unused. The system, GLWA's system, we are a wholesaler, was built for a lot more people when it was put in. And water use patterns are diminishing. We all know this, right? Water conservation, we want to be good environmental stewards. That leaves us with excess capacity. So in 2015, we did a master plan that said, okay, we need to try to derate our system, make it smaller. So we're working on that, right? Because it's not economically prudent to keep assets running that we don't need. So we have a 1.7 billion gallons a day capacity in our water system, and our sewer system, frankly, right? We use about, on the hottest day, about 700 million. So the economic opportunity there is the unfortunate circumstance out in the West, which is water scarcity. This is also a climate change, a very unfortunate circumstance related to climate change. But when we pivot that and say, what does that do for us? We already have infrastructure in the ground. We talked a lot about, I heard, about infrastructure and broadband and what we want to do to serve. We already have the infrastructure in the ground, huge capacity. The technology industry needs water. The semiconductor manufacturers, the chip manufacturers, these industries need water. We know how to provide water, and our infrastructure is already in place. We also know how to treat that water to the highest standards in the country before we discharge it back to the Great Lakes. We are absolutely poised to be able to attract economic development. Now, the reason I wanted to say that to all of you is we're not in the economic development business, but we serve those who are, which is you. So when you find yourself in a place where you are looking at economic development opportunities, I want you to know that GLWA and our member partners, we're here. We stand at the ready. We can support you. I get these types of, I would say 3 times a year. It hasn't been a week since I have heard from an economic development company call me and say, hey, we want to understand what it is that your water utilities can provide. We have some prospective developers. We're here. We're here for you. So that's what I want to leave with you. So we certainly have challenges. There's no doubt about it. You're going to see an awful lot of really good content from the speakers that come after. But I would tell you, if you've got economic development opportunities, call me. We will be right there. Thank you.
I forgot to remind you all, if you have questions along the way, use the Kahoots to write up questions. We promise we will get you to lunch on time. So if we have time to answer the questions at the end of the presentations, we will. And if we don't, we'll get back to you. I'd like to now introduce Commissioner Jim Nash, the Water Resources Commissioner from Oakland County.
Thank you so much. This is a great event. I really appreciate being able to get together with our partners in this region to talk together, because that's the most important thing we can do. So today we're going to be talking about several different aspects of water, as already been mentioned. The first is going to be the collaboration efforts we've already had, which is around the stormwater standards. And then we're going to talk about all the different things we've agreed on to do as a region to take to Lansing, whether it be policy changes, funding opportunities, all the things that we need to be getting together to do. And then finally, education. Education is going to be vitally important. You guys are sitting here listening to this today, and we're going to be covering a lot of these areas, but there's areas we won't be able to cover. And a lot of people who aren't here, when they're elected to office, they have really no knowledge of how any of these systems operate. So educating the elected officials, educating the public, and we have a very receptive public in Michigan, because people understand that we have water issues and that we need to protect the Great Lakes. It's just in our bloodstream in Michigan. So going forward, we need to make sure that we're working together. As Sue Coffey just mentioned, the work we've done with Great Lakes Water Authority, SEMCOG, Detroit, to develop a program to help us, our sewer customers in Oakland County who have been under an ACO, a consent order for 30-odd years, to deal with the last remaining issues we have with sanitary sewer overflows, working with Detroit. So we're able to do this as a region that will save our ratepayers funds, because instead of just building all these massive gray infrastructure projects to support that last bit of protecting our water resources, we'll be able to use the funds to build green infrastructure in Detroit that can absorb up to 100 million gallons a year to protect our 10 million gallon overflows that we've had that we're in that last stage of correcting. So this saves our ratepayers money, it saves Detroit money, it produces much cleaner water, and this is the kind of thing that we can do regionally in the long term. I'm going to be introducing in just one second Joel Cohn, who works for my office, who worked on this project with Wayne, Macomb, and Livingston counties to develop a stormwater structure for all three counties. Now, generally speaking, Eagle, formerly DEQ, used to be very strict about everything had to be, everybody had their silos they were watching. There was no real connection between how we do things regionally. And we've shown them over and over how it benefits everybody and it benefits our water resources if we're doing this in a regional basis. So this is something that I'm very proud of, whether it's working with Detroit and Glewa or with our fellow counties, that we've been able to do. It took several years of meeting on a regular basis to do this, and again, all our counties agreed to do this in a way that's going to benefit us all. So I'm going to introduce Joel Cohn, who's been with my office for some years, 18 years? Close enough, and has been working on these kind of things for a very long time. Please, Joel.
Thank you very much. I'm not a civil engineer, so I won't bore you with some numbers with the standards. So why are stormwater standards important, and what is the need for stormwater management? Let's start off with a visual image. So let's take a walk down one of the coastlines of our Great Lakes, probably in the summertime, not like it is outside right now. So we have 3,288 miles of freshwater coastline, 11,000 inland lakes, and 75,000 miles of river. Also, 6 million acres of wetlands. Just keep that in mind as I walk through the presentation. So since 1970, there has been a significant increase in urban sprawl throughout the region, as you can see on the left diagram here. So how does this affect stormwater management outside increasing costs and increasing traffic? As you can see on the right-hand diagram, as areas develop, natural processes of the water cycle like evapotranspiration and infiltration decrease. The amount of stormwater on the surface, on the other hand, increases with the increase of amount of stormwater to be managed. Also keep in mind, historically, much of the state was swamplands and wetlands, so much of the sprawl is either having to drain these wetlands or build upon them. So a quick question for you guys, we're going to use the Kahoot, is what is the seriousness of climate change in your mind? it looks like the total is the majority is generally underestimated, which is good because that's what my next slide kind of portrays. So. Perfect. So, as you can see in the graph, a Brookings poll shows that there has been a major change in the thought process of climate change, and the majority of Americans now show that climate change is severely underestimated instead of not estimated at all, which is true. So, since 1951, temperatures have increased 2.3 degrees, frost-free seasons, 16 days, total precipitation up 14%, and heavy precipitation up 35%. So why is this important? So the increase in temperature increases evaporation and frost-free seasons. Without freezing, water levels decrease in our lakes. Lakes stay warmer and evaporation increases. The increased evaporation with increased temperature increases precipitation. Amounts, especially in localized storm events. Think of the afternoon thunderstorms in Florida as an example of these heavy downpours that all of a sudden just come out of nowhere. Great local example of this is August 12th, 2014. With the combination of climate change and an increase in storm runoff, this is what happens. You get many inches of rain in a short term. So to keep this in relative terms, a stormwater is designed for about 3 inches of rain in a 24-hour period. In this storm, we had 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in an hour or less. So you can imagine that our infrastructure was not designed to handle this, nor is it even plausible to think that we can design something of this caliber. So what can we do? So stormwater standards are meant to ensure that site design meets stormwater conveyance, water quality, and flood control requirements. So regionally, stormwater standards were last updated about 15 years ago. While these standards are not inaccurate, they also didn't meet the latest rainfall data. In 2016, the EPA implemented new sections of the MPDS Phase 2 regulations with new rules to the MS4 sewer permit, which is the municipal separate stormwater sewer systems. So these were passed down to the state level to regulate and administer. So jump ahead 2 more years. Regionally, Oakland, Macomb, Wayne, and Livingston counties, along with local engineering firms, began negotiating with Eagle on new alternative standards specific to the Southeast Michigan region. So, the goal of the group was to create a regional standard that protected the public, promoted economic development, enhanced sustainable stormwater management practices, strengthened the protection of natural resources, and addressed the quality and quality of stormwater runoff. But it's a balancing act. The balancing act was to have a regional standard that was implementable, met or exceeded Eagle guidance, was consistent regionally, encouraged regional development, yet supported economic realities, and encouraged more investment in water quality and flood control. So there's 3 main components to the standard, and I won't bore you with all the details of it, which are the water quality control, channel protection volume control, and rate control. So water quality control and rate control were requirements of the existing standards, but the new rainfall data was used to enhance them. The new concept is channel protection, which requires the volume to be infiltrated on site. So remember back first couple slides when we showed you the diagram of how urban sprawl decreases and increases infiltration, and that's what we were looking for. We're trying to go back to that natural state of cover, pre-settlement in some cases, what they can say. So what are the advantages of this channel protection volume control? So obviously the infiltration guidelines is to replicate each proposed site, go back to that top left corner of pre-settlement, ground cover, And by meeting this criteria, we can reduce annual runoff by the site up to 90% and significantly reduce flashiness in receiving water streams. In instances where soils are subpar or an underdrain is allowed to help control volume, and where soils are really poor and won't be able to infiltrate at all, measures are required such as extended detention and tree and native plantings to help infiltration. So what was the result of all this? So the final results of this regional collaboration create a consistent and straightforward standard for both regulatory agencies and design engineers to follow regardless of location. We improved water quality and channel and infrastructure protection, and we are also promoting volume-reducing low-impact development measures. Part of the new requirements also require approved maintenance plans and agreement for the property owner to execute agreements. So this information is filed at the Register of Deeds and stays with the property owner regardless of the owner. This will ensure guidance of the long-term maintenance of the system and help local municipalities enforce maintenance. It was also a requirement to track all permits that meet the new requirements and report them back to the state on an annual basis. As another example of regional partnership, Oakland County has been working with SEMCOG to develop a regional tracking and reporting database. The database will create consistent reporting and simplify reporting to the state, which also should help reduce workload for the local municipalities. The data also collected will allow SEMCOG and other municipalities to analyze data and get a better grasp of how these standards affect regional stormwater standards and natural resources. But we've just begun to implement these new standards, and it doesn't mean our work is over. We are focused on continued outreach to our local communities. Municipal planners will play an ever-growing part of this new implementation. We'll be continuing to work to promote regional tracking and maintenance with development of best management practices and a stormwater workforce. We need to monitor new BMP installations to better understand impacts across the region and support future decision making. Also, to stay on the leading edge of emerging stormwater resilient BMPs. So beyond these standards, the standards are only a part of the solution. As Kyle will discuss, we need to continue to educate and engage our residents and elected officials. We need to evaluate opportunities to incentivize private investments, continue to support and preserve woodland areas and wetland areas, as they play a huge part in stormwater management, as you've seen those diagrams in the past. And as Carrie will talk about, we need to continue to work regionally on effective stormwater legislation and partnerships for implementation and funding. And next, I believe, is Commissioner Murzak? Murak. I got close.
Thanks, Kyle. Hello, my name is Terry Marecki. I'm the Wayne County Commissioner for District 9, representing Livonia, Northville Township, the City of Northville, and soon Plymouth Township. Spending the last year working with the Regional Water Infrastructure Group has given me a new perspective on the many challenges we have surrounding this topic. The Regional Platform for Legislative and Regulatory Reform Subgroup has discussed ways we can improve the current system by working together with many government agencies and building a shared commitment. Oakland County's Chief Engineer and Water Resources Commissioner, Carrie Cox, has been a wealth of knowledge for our group when it comes to water infrastructure. I am thankful that she is here ready to discuss our subgroup's findings and proposed solutions. Please help me welcome Carrie Cox.
So I'm going to introduce the Legislative and Regulatory Reform Platform today. And what we'd like to talk about is, I'm missing my first two slides, so we'll just talk about them and not show them. So we appreciate you guys giving us time today to talk about the Regional Platform on Legislative and Regulatory Reforms of Water Infrastructure. Some reforms require new and revised laws, and others required new and revised regulations. And these two processes are very different. But in order to have success in both processes, it's not possible as a region unless we're all on the same page, which is why we're here today. So in a way, much of the platform before you is not brand new. But before, it was bits and pieces and parts of independent discussions, and seeing the relationship between the topics was hard when the issues were debated piecemeal. So this platform prepares us to see the whole picture, and everything flows from two principles. We need to focus on what the public expects, and we are all part of a larger system. And like a car, each part must be designed to support the bigger whole, and each of our actions must be benchmarked against these two ideas. So what does the public expect? Actually, the public expects exactly what we would anticipate them to expect: cost-effective public health protection. But much of what we have is outdated and narrowly focused. We have siloed problems and solutions, multiple agencies of government and numerous levels within those agencies of government, and outdated administrative frameworks. If we consider the public's expectation alongside our own understanding, the solutions have to be systematic. Well, now it becomes clear a high level of collaboration. Without that high level of collaboration, the public will be saddled with costs that are higher than necessary. If we do not work together toward fiscal sustainability to ensure system resiliency and to shift from siloed-based actions to aligned decision-making within and between government agencies by focusing in on how our actions support the broader public interest, we will all pay more. In the absence of change, achieving outcomes is like driving a square peg into a round hole. Cost effectiveness is elusive, and the public trust can be compromised. Today's platform is to make sure these things do not happen. And we're not really shielding ourselves from cost today. We will all pay more in the long run if we don't work together on aligned decision-making, fiscal sustainability, and system resiliency. And here are some of the ingredients to success. Break the silos. Build a shared commitment to the outcomes and the goals, and work together as a region. If any gear within this system is not functioning, it impacts all of the others, and all the gears have to work together in order to achieve effective public health protection. Rates must be adequate to cover the real cost of service. Otherwise, costs can quickly escalate. And as the saying goes, if we don't pay now, we will pay later. Taking care of your car's engine is a lot cheaper than replacing the car. As we learn, we find better ways to do things. For example, today's technology gives us much better chances to make real-time adjustments during operations during wet weather events. And science allows us to measure smaller and smaller pieces, and regulations with non-detect means something different today than it meant 30 years ago. And emerging contaminants such as PFAS and microplastics today were not even on our radar 30 years ago. And I'm going to echo one of Sue Coffey, and actually Jim Nash talked about this a while, but one solution we've come up to related to adapting with science and building together is the Evergreen Farmington Sanitary Drain Joint Project with the City of Detroit's Detroit Water and Sewage Department and the Great Lakes Water Authority. That collaboration and building one project to improve water quality in the Rouge, removing sanitary sewer overflows, removing combined sewer overflows from the Rouge, saved millions of dollars over each individual system, building their own solution. We also need to understand that there's a place for technology based on the conditions of the area, and new technology does have a place, such as the debate around the City of Warren incinerator. Our regulations need to make room for these innovations, and our legislative and regulatory framework has to be flexible so we can take advantage of these opportunities. Engineers call just one piece of this strategic investment asset management. And asset management is a process that optimizes risk and reduction and benefit to each individual dollar invested. And we have to have adequate revenue and the flexibility that I just mentioned above. In short, We're going to filter these ideas on the platform through those two aligning processes, our fiscal sustainability and our aligned decision making. We spent a lot of time as a state and as a region working on asset management plans, but these plans bump up against both regulatory and funding constraints, and the best laid plans cannot function when they're off on their own. We need to think about the long-term health and sustainability of our water utilities, but we also need to understand what will benefit the public right here, right now. I got a little behind on my clicking, apparently. So how do we achieve fiscal sustainability and resiliency? We need to make sure fiscal resources are adequate to meet our investment needs. We need infrastructure assets that are resilient and make sure that their useful life is maximized. We have to end the uncertainty resulting from ongoing legal controversy about what is and what is not part of our cost of service. And we must finally secure passage of legislation introduced several legislative sessions ago to resolve this issue. We must also pass legislation that assures local governments are not liable for flooding when damages are based on and the system is operating as laws and rules apply. Again, this legislation has been before the legislature in several sessions, even passing the House several years ago. We must also consider the pros and cons associated with, excuse me, with the rates that reflect the total cost of service. Underinvestment in any part of the system we all own and operate hurts the entire system and our overall protection of public health. And finally, we must address climate change and the impacts of climate change. But our decisions and actions must be informed. And they can't just be about projections of future rainfall. We must proactively develop information on the costs and benefits and alternate strategies and adapt with these events. So how do we align decision making? We need to make sure that all levels are working towards the same ends and the same goals. We need to be nimble and adapt to our experiences and the changing circumstances. However well-intentioned, sometimes legislative or regulatory language is too specific, outdated, and constraining, and often bases progress on the wrong measures. Is it count of overflow or volume of overflow, a specific contaminant in the overflow, or is our goal overall water quality and protection of public health? We need to focus on the cost effectiveness of water quality improvements. And finally, we must accept that there will always be a part of the population that struggles to keep up with the true cost of water payments sufficient to protect public health. Poverty is a historic issue. The presumption that utilities can solve this problem on their own is incorrect. The state needs to create a water assistance program to ensure that safe water is available for all. If we, as a subset, decide to keep costs low in the interim, emergency repairs can cost 10 times what something would cost, and we need to collect the appropriate money to have that lowest life cycle cost in order to inspect and repair and replace assets as needed. If you keep costs low in the short term, it drives costs higher in the long term and decreases the water quality benefits for us all. This is a call for action. Specify all the parts of your cost of service. Assure that we are not liable when our requirements are met, and create a water assistance program. And we can accomplish this. We can do it by convening advocates in each county, by organizing bipartisan advocacy within our legislators, and by introducing legislation. We need to think about how rates we set and how we evaluate our progress, and considering different approaches as we fall behind. As water utilities, we tend to be out of sight, out of mind, and we are falling behind just like the roads, and we need to bring that to light by reporting to our local elected officials. Climate change. There will always be a bigger storm, a longer drought, higher or lower water levels than we have ever seen before. How adaptable our systems are to these extreme events now and to the future depends on the decisions made by the people in this room today. understand that our region is ahead of the game in some cases, ahead of the EPA and Canada over some of our protective requirements, because the lakes and the rivers and streams we talked about earlier, those are ours to protect. We need policy guidance that requires agencies to look at the outcomes, and we need everyone on the same page before we do anything. We have to be thoughtful as we move things forward. My last slide is missing too. So I just wanted to remind you guys that we did have a one-page handout that hopefully you guys picked up on your way in this morning. Thank you. Some people said nodding their heads. We really would appreciate you guys take a read of our regional platform and contact your local water, drinking water, potable water, sanitary, and storm utility leaders. And we appreciate your time today. And we can't move forward unless we move together. So thank you guys.
We're hearing a lot of great information, aren't we? When someone investigates something, I believe what's helpful is having a passion for the concern, having tenacity to accomplish the job wherever that may take someone, including the fact-finding mission that would be speaking to all the people that had the relationship to that situation, especially with our water, for increased collaboration. And fourth, adding the great element of education with all the necessary statistics, documentation, and related steps for accurate answers to all of our questions. I'm going to be introducing someone, and we all know as commissioners, where would we be without our staff? We go to them for questions and answers all the time. They're very helpful to us. And I'm going to introduce a person from our staff at Macomb County Board of Commissioners, Kyle McGee, who is the Director of Legislative Affairs. He's going to give us a PowerPoint, and I think you'll find it very interesting. Thank you very much.
All right. Hello. How's everybody doing? As Commissioner Zinner said, I am Kyle McKee with the Macomb County Board of Commissioners, and I'm one of two speakers standing between you guys and lunch, so I'm going to keep it brief. We'll start with education. As it's already been kind of said in both presentations, education for both our residents and elected officials is a priority. A lot of times we talk about us talking to our residents, making sure they know what's going on, but really as commissioners and as I know we have some senators and state representatives here, it's also our job to educate our local elected officials on what you're hearing here. And every community in each county has different obstacles and infrastructure needs. Some communities focus more on above ground infrastructure. I personally, I'm from St. Clair Shores. The vast majority of our infrastructure is underwater or underground, and we have combined sewers. And you have rural communities, urban communities, shoreline versus inland, and I'll touch more on that later. And all communities have an interest in educating residents. We have a number of resources available throughout our region, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have our county websites, we have SEMCOG, we have the Clinton River Watershed Council, and the state of Michigan even. And I'm just going to run through. We have Wayne County, they have a website with a educational portion. Our friends over in Oakland County have a water education section. Macomb County, I know our Macomb County Public Works Commissioner is here, Candace Miller. She has an educational section and a number of resources available on her website. Clinton River Watershed Council has a very good resource library where they actually are pulling materials from all three counties and the state of Michigan, and it's available for everybody here and the public. I get state of Michigan, last one. And I wanted to call out SEMCOG. I know we have some folks from SEMCOG here. They do have a One Water campaign focusing on education, and there's a number of handouts and materials, grease collection bags, water bottles, and those are available for all SEMCOG partner communities. I encourage you all to reach out and take advantage of that. So a lot of our water infrastructure is largely not top of mind, and we talked a lot about what's going on here today, and unfortunately the vast majority of our water infrastructure education occurs after an emergency situation. The flooding on the freeways and I-75 here, this is from June 2021. It's been brought up a couple of times. And then on the right-hand side here, we actually have Fern Hill Golf Course, which is flooded over, and it is a floodplain. It's designed to do this, but you don't really learn that until you see it happen and you get concerned. And these major events, as it was mentioned previously, are only going to increase with major rain events continuing to happen at escalating pace. So what can we really do as a government, as private-public partnerships? One of the big things we focused on, homeowner association outreach, which a lot of above ground water infrastructure is running through our HOAs. I know in Macomb County we have Macomb Township is one we deal with quite often, Shelby Township. All these HOAs have some sort of drain in them, and they had to go through some sort of stormwater standards when they made this development. So this is a really good opportunity that we have as municipal employees and elected officials. And HOA outreach has been done through Oakland and Wayne and Macomb through varying degrees of success. I know there's a number of challenges. Do they have a board? Do they keep that board updated? Do the residents of the HOA even go to the HOA meetings? These are all challenges that occur. So one thing we can all think about is how can we improve this? Is it through our local clerk's office? Is it through our Water Resources Commission? Is it through the Public Works Commission? Or is it done at a local municipal level? Additional outreach that we can do is marinas and bait shops. Our fishermen and our boaters are in the water all the time. I guarantee right now we have fishermen out on the lake, out in the rivers. And it's important that we reach out to those where they get their materials, where they get their information. It's just a good resource. Landscaping companies, they're largely responsible for a lot of our green infrastructure. You know, talking about how high to mow your grass, when to apply fertilizer and or salt. These are all things that have an impact on our water. And then gardening clubs and beautification commissions, a number of you are probably very familiar with these. They a lot of times can take over public lands and really install rain gardens. You know, I know the Detroit Zoo has a rain garden that was mentioned just outside the doors here, and a lot of communities really rely on these gardening clubs and beautification commissions for our green infrastructure, which can help. Some outreach opportunities, retailers, realtors, associations, and builders, and these are kind of reaching more into the homeowner level. These realtors have an opportunity to educate homeowners when they purchase their property, and they can educate on lead service lines, homeowner responsibilities when it comes to water infrastructure. You know, when an individual moves into a piece of property that borders a county drain, it's a good opportunity to tell them where their responsibility ends, where their responsibility starts, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do. And I'll call out, at my time at the Macomb County Public Works office, we did do a piece talking about homeowner responsibilities, and I think it's a good piece. I encourage everybody to look at it, and that would be on our website. And then we talk about floodplains. A lot of these homeowners will have a property that's built on a floodplain, and here you have two images. On the left is normal, not during a wet weather event, and you can kind of see the floodplain on the left-hand side there. And then on the right, it's after a rain event, it's flooded up, and a homeowner who is uneducated or doesn't know what's going on will see water coming towards their property, and they kind of freak out. And it's understandable, but if we can get to them and educate the homeowners before it's a problem, it really helps all of us. And as everybody here can tell, when things start flooding, you have a lot of people to answer to, and the less people we can have contact us, the more efficient we can be with helping those who do need the assistance. And this is all tying back to, we have the resources available on all three county websites, on the Clinton River Watershed, SEMCOG. It's a matter of getting them into residents' hands, homeowners' associations. So what else can we do? And education through action is a big thing that I know a lot of organizations are into. Every county and every municipality has a piece of land that can be utilized for water infrastructure and for education. On the left-hand side here, we have the Sterling Relief Drain in Macomb County. It's a gorgeous piece of property that was really transformed with a number of funding sources, and it's now being utilized as tying into a walking trail, and it's a useful, desirable community asset. Not only serves a purpose, but it's a good thing for our residents. And then on the right-hand side, this is Oakman Boulevard in Detroit, and they transformed the medians in the road for bioretention cells, again tying into a reduction of stormwater going into our systems. And these residents are driving by it every single day. They may not even see it, but it's a good opportunity to educate with the land that we already have. And that's what I wanted to give a shout out. I know Dr. Haley Murphy talked about what the zoo is doing with permeable pavements, green roofs, rain gardens, and I'll quote my former boss, Commissioner Miller. She always used to say, how do we eat an elephant? And it's one bite at a time. So we have these small incremental projects that are able to really make a big impact, and a lot of rain gardens, you know, minimal effort. Local community action is a really big thing that we can do. Doesn't take a lot of effort, and it's utilizing resources that we already have available. So we have community newsletters, tax bills. Every municipality has a social media, and it's a cost-effective way to get a message out. Even farmers markets, boat washes, there's always an opportunity, and it's just another way to educate our public, which is one of our greatest assets. Neighbors talk to neighbors, friends talk to friends. Every resident has or every community has a residence page. It's just another opportunity to get our materials out there. And then we have, on the left here, I really like this photo. It's the Rochester River Walk on the Paint Creek, which is a gorgeous little area if you guys haven't been able to check it out. And then on the right, we have the Nankin Lake Drain in Wayne County. And these are just public assets we have sitting around that maybe people don't see all the time, but it's a good thing to point out and educate on. And then one of the priorities we kind of talked about, and due to recent events, emergency preparedness has become more of a priority. Our water infrastructure doesn't stop at jurisdictional lines. You know, water doesn't stop flowing across DeQuinder. Water doesn't stop at 8 Mile. So our effort and our response to our preparation, our response to emergencies needs to be a regional effort. And it's just it's a huge priority. And this is one thing I think we can suggest as a possible outcome of the summit and maybe a focus for next year. I think Commissioner Matusek might touch on that a little bit later. And here we have, this is some of the work going on in the Macomb Interceptor Drainage District along 15 Mile. And I like these photos because it really gives a scale of what's going on. You have an excavator down in the hole, and if you just look at the right picture, you might think that's a small pipe only a couple feet wide, when in reality, I mean, you could fit multiple people laying down across there. Okay, I did say I'd try to keep it brief, and hopefully I did that. So what is next? And this is where I'm going to bring back Commissioner Matusek, and I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Okay. Oh no, that's okay. So we said we wanted to be practical as a committee. We wanted to look at resources you already have in your toolkit. We wanted to use the experts we have, which is our staff. And I want to thank everybody that participated in the subcommittee, because people took on a lot of responsibilities. The main message we want you to go away with is that we have the ability to do something, and we shouldn't be paralyzed because we don't have enough money. I think that that's really critical. The stormwater standards. Every one of us signed on to those stormwater standards. But the question is, are we actually enforcing them across the board? When a developer comes to us and we say, oh, you need to add a rain garden or a swale, how are you going to take care of the water runoff off your parking lot? And they go, oh, it's too expensive. I can't add that. Our response must be, that is the cost of doing your development. You must deal with your rainwater. However you choose to do that, here are the standards. But it is the cost of doing business for everybody. So we need to look at each county, how are we enforcing those standards, and how are we encouraging and educating our developers about why it's important they invest in doing this, because it helps the entire community. We talked a lot about things we would like to see changed in laws and regulations in Lansing and in DC. We have a lot of discussion about, are the standards too high, are the standards not high enough? The rules and regulations that were written 20 years ago, the technology has changed and they don't make any sense now. Well, we all employ lobbyists. Every community, every county, we employ them. We pay them. We're spending the money. Let's have them work together. If you look at the number of reps and senators in the Southeast Michigan area that we represent, we hold the majority of the legislature. How are we using that? What are we doing with it? Are we making the best use of that? What do we need to do to sit down and, I mean, we have proposed what we think is an appropriate agenda for people to work on. If people want to add to that, if people want to subtract that, if people want to massage it in some way, how do we create a committee, a subcommittee, a work group of commissioners and our lobbyists to come up with a joint lobbying plan? That's something we can do. Doesn't cost us any more money. We're about not spending more money than we have. The education resources, Kyle quickly went through them all. We have all spent money developing these resources. They exist. They need to be used. So how are we best using them? How are we best getting them out to our residents, to our business owners, to the developers, to the development offices? They're an important part of this. Kyle said it really well. Water doesn't stop at jurisdictional lines. It flows across the lines. And we are hopeful that much of what we talked about will help us flow across those lines as well, with ideas and with our concerns. I said at the beginning, we're all very passionate about water. We want the best water. We want safe drinking water. We don't want our basements to flood. We want to stop the sewer overflows when we have these rain events, which are getting bigger and better all the time. How do we figure out how we work together? We all have water departments. We all have sewer departments. We all have development departments. We're not talking about creating something new. We're talking about doing what we already do, but do it better. And that, I think, is really critical to the activity that we're engaged in. So I know we have a few minutes. I'm checking to see if we really have a few minutes. Yes, we do have a few minutes. So if people would like to put some questions into the Cahoots app, we will attempt to answer some of them, although I am not the subject expert at any of this, so I'm not quite sure how we're answering the questions, but we'll figure it out. And I do hope, Kyle mentioned that as we think about, as the commissioners think about what you want to do for the next summit a year from now, I really do personally hope that you will take a look at emergency response and notification. We just had what I would term an experiment in this system with the water break that the Great Lakes Water Authority experienced up in Port Huron. We had a boil water advisory. We weren't clear what the status of that was. It happened on a Saturday morning. We can't go back. That's okay. All right, we're fine. We'll just talk or not talk, and then people can break up. But we had an emergency on Saturday morning. It was not a significant emergency, as bad as it could have been, but it gave us an opportunity to look at emergency communications throughout the metro region. And I think it's important that we all evaluate how we did with that and look at ways we can do it better, because I think we can. And that, I think, is another topic that goes across regional lines and county lines. So I would encourage that for a topic for next year. I'm not in charge of the agenda. I'm now a township trustee. But that's our presentation. We can't apparently go back and do the Cahoots thing, but if you have questions, we can figure out how to make that happen at some point. But lunch is at 12:30. It's now 12:15. You got a little break in between. Because the best part of these conferences, as far as I'm concerned, is us actually talking to one another and not listening to speakers. So thank you very much on behalf of the Water Resource Committee, and we'll reconvene back here after lunch. do this. No problem. Oh, I'm sorry.
Let us take a moment before we break for lunch really quick. I want to acknowledge, and Don is here and Dave as well, to acknowledge our county colleagues who are here. If everyone can sit down so I can ask my colleagues to stand up. Wayne County Commissioners, if you could please stand and be acknowledged. Now, I can't see far, but I see Commissioner Sam Baydoun, Commissioner Al Haydus, Commissioner Terry Marecki, Commissioner Melissa Dodd was here, Commissioner Glenn Anderson is here, Commissioner Jonathan Kinlock is here as well. Did I miss anyone? All right, I got him. I said Commissioner Glenn Anderson, yes. All right, thank you. I'll give my colleagues a round of applause for coming out today. Thank you so much.
My Macomb County colleagues are here. My Vice Chairman, Harold Haw, is here. Give him a round of applause. Commissioner Don Van Sickle. Commissioner, very good. Commissioner Barb Zinner, who you just heard from, is also here. Hello, Barb. Thank you for your presentation. Commissioner Michelle Nard, she is here also. And Commissioner Mai Song, thank you for Bell being here. We've got a very energetic board on our behalf, and they're very good commissioners, so we're glad to have you here. So, thank you. And Commissioner?
And I have one more, I'm sorry. Commissioner-elect Cara Clemente. Thank you for coming. She'll be joining us in January.
And we've got a number of people from Oakland County, so as I went down the list and just make sure I counted everybody, I've got Commissioner Mike Spiz, which you heard from earlier, Commissioner Gwen Markham, Commissioner Chuck Moss, Commissioner Karen Joliet, Commissioner William Miller, and Commissioner Angela Powell in the House. So, and Commissioner Charlie Cavell. And Commissioner Phil Weipert. And then we also have Commissioner Janet Jackson in the very back. Someone needs to give me a list. No, and then we have got Commissioner-elect Ajay Rahman in the House as well. Who? What? It's and Commissioner Marcia Gershenson. Okay. All right. Did I get everyone? I did, Angie. I think we're good. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bell.
Order. We're very lucky, many of us have been in government any length of time, whether you're local, township official, or county official, or state official. We all work with our friends at SEMCOG, Southeast Michigan Council of Governments. They have a treasure trove of information and experience that we can draw on at any time if we need something, an approach, because oftentimes our ideas aren't the first time someone's thought of it. We're trying to accomplish a problem that others have done before, and we've got it already access, SEMCOG there to provide information to us to help us not reinvent the wheel and save us time as we try to tackle problems that we're all involved with. We're lucky today to have with us Amy O'Leary. She's a SEMCOG Executive Director. Many of you have known her and probably worked with her for many years. She's been the Executive Director with SEMCOG since 2020 and has been with SEMCOG since 1994, almost as long as I've been a commissioner. So she's outstanding. She has a master's degree in planning from Eastern Michigan. She attended the Harvard School program for senior executives in state and local government, the J.F. Kennedy School of Government. She has a certified association executive. She's certified in diversity and inclusion from Cornell University. She's been involved in the National Association of Regional Councils, president of the Six Rivers Regional Land Conservancy, and a leadership role in Michigan's chapter of Women's in Transportation. Amy's got a breadth of experience and understanding of what we have to deal with as elected officials facing the many challenges that we do. And I'm very honored to have Amy O'Leary and introduce her today to all of us. Amy? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Dan.
You're
Thanks,
very
everybody.
welcome.
All right, but thanks for joining after lunch. I appreciate you coming back, and I really appreciate the opportunity of partnering with all of you county commissioners and what you're trying to achieve. It's exciting when you largely work in the infrastructure topic to hear you all prioritize infrastructure as the two of the priorities that you all want to work on last year. So, you know, as was said by Don, please call on us, see us as an extension of your staff. We work really closely with your planning staffs and others to make sure that we're coordinated and, you know, working efficiently together, because we're all limited in what we can do, but together we definitely can get a lot more accomplished. So we do work really closely with all of your staffs as well. I also just want to recognize and thank many of you participate in our executive committee. So thank you to those that do that, and I've gotten to know you a little bit better over time. Recently, we've had Commissioner Macomb join us as an officer to our organization, and Commissioner Nard and Commissioner Miller both joined us in chairing our traffic safety task force. So I know we're not here today to talk about traffic safety, but that's another priority issue in our region. So glad that they're able to take a leadership role in that as well. And also over the years, we've had Commissioner Nash chair our water infrastructure task force that is just finishing up their work as well. So when we talk about why are regions valuable partners to all of you at the local level, at the state level, we have this conversation about what do we bring to the table. And one of the things we do when we look at things regionally is we often look beyond the boundaries of individual communities, individual counties, and we try to tie things together and connect issues together too. And you can see on the screen some of the plans that we've done that connect to the topics that we're here to speak to today. We also work really hard with our state and federal partners, and we can act as a liaison between local governments and them to really better, you know, have the time, and our staff will take the time to really learn the laws and the regulations and what those mean for local governments and how we can impact those. We also engage and disseminate best practices and information, perform research and data. I know many of you have often start out by saying how much you appreciate the data that we have at SEMCOG. And we also are able to provide technical assistance and now often some funding too, whether it's to do some community level planning or to do some implementation projects such as our Transportation Alternatives Program. So I'm going to spend just a couple minutes today talking about both broadband and water infrastructure and some of the things that we've been working on at SEMCOG. So in the broadband area, many of you are familiar that we did develop a regional framework that many people have rallied around and really rallied around the goals that are listed on the screen here. And as we heard this morning from an incredible broadband panel and the work that they've done, what we heard from that group and what we talk about is no different than what all of you are speaking to. And it's the issues of data, digital literacy, infrastructure, and what policy change needs to happen. One of the things we were able to put together is the map that you see on your right is the availability and usage. So where is broadband located and who is using it and how is it used? So we're able to combine our demographic expertise and data into the broadband information as well. And we were, you know, furiously texting during some of this, we have to admit as well, when we heard the release of the new broadband data to make sure that, you know, one of our jobs is to make sure that our local governments know that that's out there and that they should be looking at it, will be looking at it to make sure that we're commenting back to the federal government on that as well. I think this is a really interesting example that was put together by Nahid Huck, and I know many of you work with her. She kind of jumped into the broadband work that you all were doing, and Nahid's been doing an excellent job leading that effort for us. But this is just, I think, a really interesting couple ways of showing the discrepancies in the data. So on the map side, that's actually Livingston County, and they did contract with Merit, who you heard from earlier, on looking at broadband availability. So the first map is the local data for broadband coverage. So the coverage is in the darker color. While the blue map on the right is the FCC reported broadband coverage. So I think that's, very enlightening to show what are the discrepancies. They're not small discrepancies when we look at that. So we're very excited to look at the new opportunities with the data. Then on the right is another way to look at it. That's a bar charts from Washtenaw County, and they show similar discrepancies. The local data that's collected is in the red, and the FCC data is in the blue. So in this, according to the FCC, 98% of households have broadband in this county, compared to just 37% according to the local data. So when we look at implementing this framework that I just showed a minute ago, there's a lot of different ways that we're involved with many of you, whether it's looking at how do we fund broadband and the funding program that we were able to provide to a couple of the counties, looking at broadband planning, both in the Tri-County area as well as out in Livingston County. We do spend a fair bit of time monitoring what's going on at the state and federal level, providing input to Eric Fredericks and the MyHigh group. But one of the things that we're doing now, we've had a lot of success in, and we're not here to talk about EVs either, but we've had a lot of success in the development of an EV hub, as we call it, or an online resource about everything you wanted to know about EV. And it's been so popular, we said, what about developing everything you wanted to know about broadband in our broadband planning hub? So this hub is still in development, but within a month we think it'll be released, and it'll have information from Broadband 101 to make sure whether it's other local officials or the public are all on the same page when it comes to broadband, but it'll include that information about mapping and data. And one of the really key things is we do an excellent job with the staff at SEMCOG of keeping the funding information up to date. So if you ever want to know anything about what's going on with funding for EV, I'd go to that EV hub. And I'm really feeling, based on that success, that we'll be doing the same thing in the broadband area as well. So some of the takeaways when it comes to broadband are really, we all know how essential it is. But we really know that local governments have a critical role when it comes to this, and glad that you all are stepping up to this issue and really willing to partner with SEMCOG and others in implementing it. So whether we work together on providing input on state plans, which we need to do, providing and applying for funding, just know that I think our voice, and even on the regulatory side of things, our voice is stronger when we're together. So while we each individually could be applying or providing comments or, challenging data, when we do it together, I think we're listened to even more than if we were doing it individually. So next up, I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about what we're doing in water infrastructure side of things. And a while ago, we completed a project that really started to estimate both the condition of our water infrastructure as well as the investment needed. And when we look at this chart, you can see the condition broken out into the three different areas of drinking water, sanitary, and stormwater, from poor, fair, and good condition. And this is just for the pipes, so this doesn't include all of the other issues that we have around our water infrastructure, but the condition of pipes, and then the $3.5 billion annually to bring those up into good condition. And I think that's a really important point to make, is that when it comes to our water infrastructure, sometimes on our roads, we definitely are struggling with the fact that we have many roads in poor condition, but when our water and wastewater is in poor condition, look at the impacts of that on public health and our environment. And so the $3.5 billion annually that we talk about is to be able to move just the pipes into fair and good condition, compared to the additional investments that need to be made to address issues relating to resiliency in our region, as well as additional investments that are needed at the plant themselves. So we've had a water infrastructure committee meeting, and from my staff, Rachel Barlock is here, who works on that. So if there's questions for Rachel about the work that we do in that. But we've really looked at developing policies, and Jim Nash is here, who chaired that committee with us, looking at new policies relating to many of the topics that you see here. Public education, asset management, legislative reform, funding, and infrastructure coordination. We worked real hard to make sure that we are gathering what's important to the region, and I think it's really telling to show what we're saying is in alignment with what all of you are hearing and saying in the infrastructure work that you're doing as well. To note the infrastructure coordination work that we're doing and looking at making sure that whether it's our underground infrastructure or our road projects or our broadband work is done in a coordinated fashion. We're really kicking off another initiative relating to that in early 2023. So keep your eyes peeled for that as well. Would have helped if I showed that, right? So you could see. But one of the things we recently completed was really, we call them a pulse of the region survey. So it's a non-statistical survey. We get the pulse of what the public's thinking out there about water infrastructure. And we've done this over the years. And it's interesting to see how things stay the same and how they evolve over time. And what we have really seen so far, and these are preliminary numbers, we'll be coming out with a final report on it, is that 60% of the residents feel that the water quality is the same or getting worse. But 80% agree that the quality of local streams affect our Great Lakes and Lake St. Clair. There's usually a big connection to the Great Lakes. Our love of water in this state is definitely something that people connect to. But having people understand, and they seem to, that those small streams impact the quality of those Great Lakes is really important. Most are dissatisfied with stormwater and flood control systems and indicate that addressing flooding should be a top priority. That's not a surprise based on what's been happening over the last few years, but they are most satisfied with our drinking water system. And I can tell you that that has evolved over time because after the issues that happened in Flint, we did a poll, and the biggest concern was the drinking water system. So the public is definitely focused right now, and we as public servants need to focus on all of it, right? And we have been. But this is just an interesting thing to look at how the public evolves over time too with their priorities. Another important thing to note is that the public is willing to pay if it's directly benefiting them. There was a little less appetite to pay into what would be more like a statewide water assistance program versus paying on their utility bills for directly upgrading their system. So each of our policies also include a number of supporting actions, and there's actions under the policies relating to equity, resiliency, and workforce development. So really we want to make sure that our communities have access to safe, affordable drinking water and wastewater services. They're resilient in the face of flooding and other climate risks, that the public has a role in the decision-making process related to watershed management in our communities, and that we have an engaged, upwardly mobile workforce to support this industry. So earlier, Carrie talked a little bit about the regulatory side of things and legislative policy platforms. We have been working as well with you all on that. And we have had some wins, we would say, some promising wins when it comes to some of those pieces of legislation. And the one is that I'd like to point out is in the State Revolving Loan Fund. Typically that fund is used for drinking water and wastewater primarily, and stormwater was only for quality of stormwater, not to address quantity or flooding. And one of the changes that we were able to make was changing the quality to stormwater management so that it included the flooding and making that eligible for these funds, which I think is really important. We also were instrumental in including a requirement that EGLE engage with stakeholders for input into the scoring criteria. And why is that important? That is so important because when we talk about legislative work, it doesn't stop when you finally get a bill passed that you want passed, right? Like even though this has passed, we are hitting some bumps, and this is where we all may need to come together and say, okay, while the law was changed to allow stormwater management and flooding, it's just a small percent of what they allow that funding to be used for by Eagle. So we do think there is some opportunities for us to work together to talk to the Eagle staff about what the priorities need to be when it comes to this funding source. We've also been selected to work with NOAA's Great Lakes region to bring the U.S. Climate Resiliency Toolkit into our region. So we're partnering with NOAA to update our flood risk tool. So the flood risk tool we've shown in the past is really a tool that Rachel was instrumental in putting together, where we identified where of those infrastructure assets are most at risk due to flooding. So that when we do road projects and other infrastructure projects, we can identify, hey, that area, if we're going to be working in that area doing a construction project, it's got a flood risk score that's really high, and we should be looking at how to manage that stormwater as well. So anyway, we're working with NOAA and partnering with them to update this flood risk tool for transportation assets to account for access to core services and to include equity data as well. We're also currently writing a scope to work in the area of developing a resiliency plan when it looks at kind of the stormwater on the surface. How do you use natural resources and use our nature to attenuate some of the stormwater that's happening in Southeast Michigan? And so we're just working on that right now, but that's something many of you will be involved in, and it really connects to a new initiative that we just kicked off that a couple of you have been involved in too, which is called the Southeast Michigan Green Project, which is growing our resiliency, equity, and economy with nature. So what this is about is that we believe that nature can help us solve some of our region's most pressing challenges. And nature can be a wide variety of things, whether it's using and making sure our wetlands are being used and that we're preserving our wetlands, creating wetlands, and utilizing our wetlands to their best use. But it's also things like tree canopy in our urban areas, preserving agricultural land and having conservation easements. So it's a really big initiative looking at how do we set metrics around those things and what does it look like? How do we track progress towards them? And then how do we come together as a region to implement some big projects that help us move the needle on this issue? One of the ways that I think we can move the needle, and I just want to make you aware of, is we do have a funding source called the Transportation Alternatives Program, or TAP. Many of you, and Kevin Petrano, our planning director, is here as well, and he does a lot of work in that area. Many communities have used TAP for kind of the traditional, I want to put in a bike lane, I want to upgrade a trail system, and that's a great use of the TAP funds. But as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, SEMCOG now receives $10 million a year to distribute to local communities to do these types of projects. But one of the types of projects that's eligible is to be able to manage the stormwater coming off of a road. Whether that's putting in a green infrastructure technique, adding to the tree canopy, or putting even in an off-site detention that takes as long as you're managing the road runoff. And this is just, I wanted to say and end with this as, what can we all do to help? When there are opportunities, we need to take advantage of them. So in the past, we've had this money for years, and we seldom have communities put in 4 TAP funds for doing stormwater management. And there's never enough road funding to really manage the road runoff the way that it should be, especially if you're trying to retrofit and fix some of the impervious surfaces of the past. But this pot of money is available for that. So what we did probably 6 months ago now is say we're going to set aside $2.5 million of that, and our elected officials from across the region run this committee and decide how that money's spent. They agreed. We're going to set aside $2.5 million. We're going to put out a press release and say we have this money available, And it was always available, but we're going to put a special emphasis on that. And you know how many applications we received? 0. And that included, you know, and it's an 80-20 match, so you do have to have a 20% match, and that can sometimes be an issue with some people. But I just want to continue to raise this to people, that there are really unique funding sources that can be out there that not everybody always knows about. Your pedestrian and bicycle people might, you say TAP, and they're like, oh, I know all about that. But do our water people know about it? Not always. So we're really trying to get the word out on that, that pot of money as well. So I guess I would just end, because the screen is still up, and say, go green. Thank you.
Give another round of applause for that great presentation. So much information. I think we can say we are getting so much great information that we can take back to our respective counties and really implement some of this to move us forward as a region. So, you know, gas is at $4.50, eggs are at $3. Restaurants can't afford romaine lettuce, so no salads. Those are all things affecting our economy. Whether our economy is weak or if it's strong is of utmost importance to us as county leaders and to our residents. So our next presentation will be an economic forecast as to what we are to see in the upcoming months and years. Martin Lavelle is a senior business economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago's Detroit branch. He frequently moderates roundtables of key business contacts, regional stakeholders across Michigan and Indiana. His work revolves around understanding the workings of the real economy, specifically but not limited to the auto industry, consumer spending, construction and real estate, rural economic development, and the city of Detroit. Again, the strength or weakness of the economy is very important on how we govern and how our residents are able to live their day-to-day lives. So we talk about recession, inflation, all of those things are relative to the work that we do. So I am excited to hear what the economic forecast is for our region, for our state. We're going to pray that it's good and that we don't have that big R word coming before us anytime soon. So without further ado, Mr. Martin Lavelle.
Thanks, Good afternoon, everybody. Happy early Thanksgiving to all of you. And I suppose since you're here, you're not deer hunters then. So with, well, since I'm here, I'm not one either. It's great to be with you. Thanks to Tim and Megan and everybody on the team for inviting me and having me. I'll try to keep this on time so that everything else stays on time, and you'll be most pleased with that. So these are my thoughts and my opinions. They don't necessarily reflect those of the Federal Reserve System or anyone else who works at the Chicago Fed or anyone else who works at the Detroit branch of the Chicago Fed or anyone else who lives in my household or anyone who any other teacher that I've had in my career or anyone who I'm going to be sitting next to in Michigan Stadium freezing my butt off at the Michigan game tomorrow. So yes, go blue. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. And as Alicia mentioned, my focus is on the real economy and how what we're hearing from business stakeholders, whether it be business people, nonprofits, government officials, how that is matching up with what's going on and what we're seeing in the data that come in to see, if the stories match up. And it's interesting in which that even within data sets, as I think you'll see in a couple of instances, the story doesn't necessarily match up. It's just, I mean, it's always interesting, but it's especially interesting at this time. So what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about stubborn inflation. We're going to talk about flat to more flat growth currently and increasing pessimism about economic growth for 2023. We're going to talk about consumer spending hanging in there, but signs that consumers are wary about inflation, leery about what the next year might bring. Sentiment that's mixed, in which maybe we're all focused on just how in general things are going, but when you drill down into survey data, consumers and businesses are actually more optimistic than what you may think. Although leading indicators will also talk about point to slowdowns in business activity. Whether or not that leads to a recession, we'll just have to see. But there are definitely some signs of slowing, but not in the labor market necessarily. We'll talk about a labor market that still seems healthy, still seems rather tight, maybe not as tight as a few months ago, but we still have low unemployment, and employers for the most part still looking for workers. They'd rather hire than reduce headcounts. So we'll start with inflation, and as you may know, the Fed has a dual mandate by Congress and one part of that mandate is to achieve price stability, in which there's an inflation target for the red line on this chart. That's headline PCE from the Personal Consumption Expenditures data set, not the Consumer Price Index, although we study the Consumer Price Index and other price indexes. The target is for that red line, that headline PCE, to basically over the long run hit 2%, have a 2% inflation rate year over year. And that includes all items again. Yes, we do look at the core inflation measure. That's the light blue line on this chart, in which we also have higher inflation than that price stability target. But core inflation is only looked at to see where that headline inflation number may go going forward. So the fact that core inflation is elevated at a little over 5% year over year, again with prices excluding food and energy, those are underlying inflationary pressures that may feed into the headline, that headline number of 6.2% year over year. What's driving that headline inflation number higher right now? Grocery, double-digit inflation in grocery. Housing, maybe not single family as much now, but multifamily, apartments, condominiums. We still have large rent increases being written into multifamily developments. And then also a couple of the other items I mentioned here, transportation services, apparel, and eating out as well, contributing to the high inflation contributing the most to the high inflation we've seen. For me, I think that while I do think inflation is going to come down over time, but I think it's going to be elevated longer than what most people expect. And to say that the path coming down is going to be more shallower than what most think, because of some factors in place. So thinking on the food side, we have the war in Ukraine, and one key input that comes out of Ukraine is fertilizer. And fertilizer obviously is a key input for agricultural products, for grocery products. So there's some potential upward pressure on food prices there. Housing, again, like I mentioned, even with the high material cost and labor cost pressures for construction projects, high demand for multifamily living is still feeding pretty steady rent increases, maybe not so much here, but more in the areas in which we're seeing more people move to. So thinking of Nashville, Tennessee, Charleston, South Carolina, Dallas, Houston, Phoenix, Southern California, those areas. So we're seeing pressure there. And another potential spot besides energy prices, if OPEC's production cuts go through and they in fact help to raise gas prices, that would be one. But also health care, not just health insurance, but health care. Health care constitutes about 16% of total consumer spending. It's actually not back to its pre-pandemic level, and the inflation rate in healthcare is not back to its pre-pandemic average. So there's some potential upward movement there if we see metrics like outpatient surgery volumes return, for instance, in healthcare. So I think inflation could be stubborn for longer than what most people expect. Although we are seeing a little bit of relief as far as other commodity prices go. So on this chart, I've got spot commodity price indexes by group. So the red line is coming down. Those are metal prices. So we've seen some retreat, although not back to pre-pandemic levels, but Those prices have come down. And then some other groups have seen pricing flatten out. But again, like say, instance, the orange line livestock. So again, a flatter pace of growth and spot prices for livestock. So, but again, stubborn, not coming down as quickly as maybe some of the other sectors I have put on this. So, and again, if you're unable to get out of a contract, let's say you're contracted for a certain length of time, which many are within within commodities, and you're relying on contract prices that still may be elevated, the relief you might be waiting to see in inflation may take just a little longer than what you're hoping for. But we have seen some relief there, and then some relief in supply chains. There's been some overall improvement in supply chain performance. It's not back to where it was pre-pandemic. As this chart shows, the New York Fed has put together a index on global supply chain pressures. It includes metrics like shipping container prices, how many shipping containers are able to get over here from various ports. Also, lead times between ports as well. So we've seen more of those metrics improve over time. There are still, though, many kinks in the supply chain. My wife and I ordered a new refrigerator that was supposed to be delivered yesterday, and it wasn't on the truck yesterday. So we're just waiting for that to come in because, again, in different places there are still some parts where the supply chain is encountering bottlenecks. You may be reading about port traffic being way down on the West Coast and thinking, oh, things are looking better. Looking at the camera that used to just show pictures of tanker ships and big container ships waiting to get into port. Well, all those ships have moved over to the East Coast of the U.S. because the West Coast longshoremen are still negotiating a labor contract, and those tankers don't want to get stuck out in the ocean waiting to drop their load off while a strike may occur on the West Coast. So overall, supply chains have improved, but there are still bottlenecks at various points in the system. So again, as long as supply chains aren't back to normal, again, it creates an environment where pricing pressures may remain stubborn for some time. So how's that affecting the overall economy, and how might it affect it going forward? So on this chart, I have real economic growth, so adjusted for inflation. You can see in the red bars are the growth that that's been reported. So through the third quarter of this year, we've seen positive growth, although barely positive growth. The third quarter making up for the negative first half of 2022 that we saw. And then the shaded bars are forecasts from a group of economists called the Blue Chip. They put together monthly forecasts, and they update this on a monthly basis, not just for real GDP, but for unemployment, inflation, light vehicle sales, various indicators. And you can see that their forecast is not too inspiring. Barely any growth expected for the fourth quarter, a negative first half of growth expected for 2023, with maybe the beginnings of a rebound in the second half of 2023. Not in any one of those quarters, not expecting growth of 1% even, and even the slight positive growth that is being forecast falls well short of what the potential growth rate of the U.S. economy is at this point. And maybe you also saw yesterday the University of Michigan released its forecast for 2023, and they're actually saying there's better than a 50% chance that the U.S. economy will fall into a mild recession in the second half of next year. Now in Michigan, it's interesting because in many instances, Michigan is a very cyclical economy because we have more of a concentration in manufacturing, a very cyclical sector than other states that, Michigan tends to, lead into different parts of the business cycle. So maybe leading into recessions, maybe the first out of a recession and starting to come back and leading a recovery. But because light vehicle demand has been constrained by inventory, and it still is, although inventory seems to be improving, because there is pent-up demand from consumers, and one of the promising signs that gives me confidence that there is pent-up demand is that when talking with dealership groups, not only are consumers coming in and buying vehicles still, but they're also buying vehicles that are deprived of a key function because there's a microchip missing in the vehicle. Heated seats, sunroof in the pickup cab, other functions that consumers are used to getting in that vehicle that are not there, but they're going ahead and paying top dollar for that new SUV, light truck, crossover vehicle because the demand is there. They've hung on to vehicles for so long and delayed purchases because of inventory issues. But now that finally that the vehicle they want is on the lot and they can get it in a pretty short period of time, not have to wait weeks or months for it, consumers are going ahead and pulling the trigger for that. And if you look at at least most of the forecasts that I've seen for new light vehicle sales, we're expected to finish up 2022 just shy of 14 million units. So trend going into the pandemic was around 16.5 million new light vehicle sales. So still well below trend, and we've been well below trend for a year. But then next year, forecasts that I've seen call for new light vehicle sales to fall between 14.5 and 15 million units. So better. Production is supposed to be better. Not back to what it was pre-pandemic, but again, an improvement. And again, because so much of our economy is still tied to that, that's a promising sign that may shelter us from, some of the effects of the downturn. Housing wasn't, talking more about housing in a couple minutes, but, housing isn't as big of an industry here as in other places because we're just not growing at the same pace as other places. So, with one of our key industries actually, ready to expand more once more inventory comes online, that might be a good thing and help shelter us from some of the more negative impacts that other areas might feel. Of course, a lot of this depends on consumer behavior still following through and maybe buying those vehicles and buying other manufactured goods. So overall, we've seen consumer spending adjusted for inflation decelerate. We've seen a rebound in durable good demand, some of that prompted around Amazon's Prime Day in July and early holiday promotions to clear inventory. Maybe you've driven in the back of your Target or Walmart or other big box store and seen little shipping containers sitting behind there. That's inventory that came in late and either can't get put on the store because there's no room, or the store is waiting to liquidate it or sell it to a different partner that would sell it at a discount. But we've seen consumer spending slow, especially in non-durable goods, even across the board in grocery. Not just lower income consumers who have been most challenged by inflationary pressures, but higher income consumers as well. Grocery contacts are telling me that it's interesting, consumers are trading down in the middle of the stores, say by more store level goods like store level or store brand cereal or granola bars or juice or whatnot, but still then go for the finer cuts of meat on the perimeter of the store, say buying more filet mignon or T-bones or whatnot, as an alternative to eating out and paying more, whether it be the higher cost of the food eating out or getting that delivered and having to pay the higher delivery charge that many of those delivery factions have enacted. So we're seeing consumers pull back at all income levels to various extents, and that's starting to show up more and more in discretionary spending. So the non-essential stuff. So what this chart does is it takes out food, clothing, energy, and housing, and it looks at everything else and what is the year-over-year change in spending on this stuff, the discretionary, more fun stuff, the stuff that maybe we get more excited to spend our money on. And so again, you can see during the pandemic when we had even more money at our disposal, we splurged. New appliances, new furniture, electronics for working at home. Then this year, traveling, being willing to spend more on experiences and longer travel stays somewhere, since most of us weren't able to travel definitely in 2020, maybe in 2021 because of the pandemic. But now you can see that the growth rate in this discretionary spending adjusted for inflation is now just settling back to where it was pre-pandemic. If this pulls back anymore, then consumer spending's contribution to real economic activity falls, and that's when growth becomes susceptible to overall growth to becoming negative. But one thing to keep in mind, and you can see this when you look at J.P. Morgan Chase's data, which they haven't updated in a couple months, but they were keeping track of what the median checking account balance was for across all of the income quartiles of their consumers. And even with their last data point being updated in July of 2022, you can still infer that across all income groups, less so for lower income groups versus higher income, but the median checking account balance for all these income groups was still higher than what it was pre-pandemic. So there is still some spending power, especially among higher income earners, which again feeds into the light vehicle sales pent-up demand story that they can be the ones that can afford those vehicles and keep demand going. So, and if you talk to banks as well, consumer balance sheets seem healthy. Delinquency rates are at lows. There's risks seem to be low. The credit quality of new mortgage buyers is high, and those who bought homes over the last couple of years did so at low interest rates and locked them in. They're not susceptible to adjustable rate mortgages as many new home buyers were back in the 2000s. So while consumers are maybe are pulling back a little bit, they're under some pressure. There are some fundamentals that are in favor of consumers being able to maybe weather this. Again, overall, those most vulnerable, those in relatively lower income brackets are going to be more susceptible to some of the pressures out there. But again, overall, some consumers might be able to weather this more, might be able to weather a downturn better than previous ones. Consumer sentiment, mixed. So overall, when asked, this is a survey from the Conference Board asking not just U.S. consumers, but Michigan consumers, just how do you feel about things? And as you can imagine, sentiment was pretty positive early in 2021 when we had a lot of money to spend and we were going ahead and engaging in all those different spending behaviors. But as inflationary pressures hit, we had the war in Ukraine start. We've had we were in the middle of a political season. Consumer sentiment fell and has leveled off, though at levels below where they were pre-pandemic, with Michigan consumers a little more pessimistic versus U.S. consumers. So overall, not feeling great about things. But then when you look at this same survey, but just asking consumers, what do you think about buying a house or buying new appliances or buying a new car in the next 6 months? Not only have these metrics hung in there, but in the last month, they actually ticked higher with higher mortgage rates, with higher auto lending rates, with still supply chain kinks in appliances and, the housing market slowing down. So, and these are representative samples of national demographics. So overall, while we don't feel great about the overall situation, when you drill down into different individual metrics, we actually feel a little better about things. So again, that's why I said at the beginning it was mixed. And the same thing is true with small business. Again, overall measure of sentiment. How optimistic are small businesses about the future? Well, kind of the same path as consumer sentiment. We felt really good when people started to get vaccinated. I could reopen my business. I could open it for longer periods of time. I could bring some more people on to work. And then with all the different challenges, higher inflation, supply chains still having to work themselves out, maybe now a little bit more trouble trying to bring people on, optimism fell and has has leveled off at levels well below where they were pre-pandemic. But again, when you dive into this survey, what are small business plans to increase employment, increase capital expenditures, increase worker compensation over the next 6 months? So those are the middle lines, and this is the difference on the survey between those who respond, yes, I plan to increase, versus no, I don't. And the yeses have it, and they have it by a pretty considerable margin. And it's been consistently that way throughout this year when the challenges have accumulated and become more pressing. So again, diving into the survey data, again, while we feel more generally pessimistic, when you dive in, maybe not so bad. Maybe there are maybe there is room for some optimism going forward that if things do slow down, there is a chance to weather this. And when you talk to businesses, they'll talk about same things like consumers. A lot of balance sheets are in strong position. Businesses are not using their lines of credit to a great extent, so not in an emergency situation necessarily. Delinquency rates are low. Loan demand is still pretty healthy. Again, maybe in a better position to weather an upcoming slowdown. What are leading indicators, leading economic variables telling us about what might happen? So I like these purchasing managers indexes. These are a good measure of what's going on the goods-based side of the economy. This measures what are the orders coming in, how much are you producing, and the survey's done industry by industry. So when a number is below 50 on this chart, that means more industries are reporting contractions in activity versus expansions. And so the two numbers next to the 5 different geographies on the chart, so we have Iowa, Western Michigan, Chicago, the US, Milwaukee. You can see that in our regional geographies, we are starting to see more industries report slight contractions in activity versus expansions. The US, it's a pretty much evenly split with activity. New orders, more industries are reporting cutbacks in new orders in recent months. And with that, more industries are reportedly getting into their backlogs, which may sustain production if new order flow slows down coming in. But the level of the number of industries reporting a fall in their backlog order count fell last month. And for the first time since February 2016, I hadn't realized it was this long. More industries reported shorter lead times, decreasing lead times than increasing lead times. So again, a sign of maybe a supply chain improvement, but in the instance in which demand is actually slowing down. So supply chain is unfortunately improving that way. So it seems that we're on the trend. The lines leading up to those geographies are an attempt to measure trend, and so those trends are looking at more of a slowing in the pace of activity on the goods-based side of the economy. But again, here in Michigan, new light vehicle sales have underperformed relative to trend because of inventory constraints. So this is the raw number of new light vehicle sales, not the seasonally adjusted number, because it still doesn't make much sense to look at seasonally adjusted light vehicle sales because there's still some prolonged delays in consumers receiving the vehicle they buy. So the raw number of new light vehicle sales has been pretty flat going back to May. But again, being inventory constrained, being below trend, consumers that are in the market, have more purchasing power, relatively more purchasing power. Again, I would expect, along with forecasts, that new light vehicle sales have room to move upward. That we'll see an increase, next year. Same thing with production. We've seen light vehicle production improve pretty much over the course of this year, and again, inventory just start to perk up a little bit. But dealers will still talk about most dealers will talk about not having half of the inventory that they had pre-pandemic. One other thing to watch out for is what's going on in housing. Again, maybe more so in other areas versus here, where there is increased demand for new housing. The blue line is the number of homes under construction. So not housing permits, not housing starts, but the actual number of homes being built and the construction is ongoing. And that's actually started to slip. And even some of the regional home builders here will talk about delaying projects, delaying single-family homes, or buyers backing out because either the price is now too high or they don't qualify anymore because of the rise in mortgage rates and still elevated pricing. So we've seen the level of homes under construction now fall for a few months. If you were to look back at the history of this data set, when the blue line falls for 12 straight months, that's consistent with a recession. So we're watching that. Which, if you look at the red line is the 6-month sentiment index from the National Association of Home Builders, in which what do home builders expect for new home sales over the next 6 months? And you can see, not surprisingly, given the rise in mortgage rates, that's plummeted. So there are some flashing signs with some of the leading indicators that activity is going to slow down. Although, again, in Michigan, we may not be as exposed to some of this as in other places. And then there's the labor market. So we have relatively low unemployment nationally, statewide, regionally. So Metro Detroit is Wayne, Oakland, Macomb together. Even in the city of Detroit, the bounce up in the unemployment rate is more of a statistical thing. It's not just suddenly a number of people became unemployed. I think it's better to draw like a straight line from when connecting the two ends of the dip and the peaks in the parabola, if you want to look at it that way. That would make it consistent with how much higher the city of Detroit's unemployment rate is versus these other locations. Again, talking to employers, maybe the pace of hiring has slowed down, but it's not turning into a conversation where employers are actively thinking about laying people off. Now, we have had some layoffs locally, right? But it's been pretty scattered. No really big numbers, except for Rocket Mortgage is one that stands out. But Rocket Mortgage, tried to take advantage, and they did for a period of time with the wave and the upward burst in the housing market. But it's tough to refinance your home when mortgage rates have gone up by so much. There really isn't much demand for that when that happens. So they're the exception. But for the most part, employers are either talking about slowing the rate of hiring, but still hiring, and also talking about pausing. Just maybe we'll wait 3 to 6 months before we go through our next hiring cycle, just to see where everything is. But again, not much in the way of layoffs being talked about. Business payroll employment growth nationally has still been pretty healthy, well over 200,000 jobs per month, over the last few months. So again, businesses still adding people, and they're keeping their job openings there just in case they find somebody, they can poach them and show them, here, this is what you do over here, plus we pay you more, use it as a recruiting tool. So even, some of us have been wanting to see if job openings would actually fall, and that would be the first sign of a labor market pullback, but maybe not so much. If competing employers want to keep the job opening there so as to help in the recruiting part of this, and overall, employers talk about we fought so hard for talent, especially blue collar talent. We're going to be more hesitant in letting them go because we don't want to restart the process all over again. We want to be able to keep them and then have try to realize the benefits of that, training and training them for leadership positions later on. Another sign the job market is still pretty healthy. While quit rates haven't increased anymore in recent months, they've still stayed at levels higher than what they were pre-pandemic. So for example, where quit rates are now versus where they were pre-pandemic, what the pre-pandemic average was. So the quit rate amongst manufacturing workers is still 20% higher than what it was pre-pandemic. That's still pretty significant. Not the 75% it was a few months ago, but still, still elevated. So there's still a way for employees to realize higher wage and higher compensation for themselves, and employers are abiding by still devoting more of their budget to wage and salary costs. The three sectors I have pointed out on the chart have been still continue to be impacted from the pandemic. Let's take leisure and hospitality, for instance. Nationally, leisure and hospitality employment is 5% below what it was pre-pandemic still. In Michigan, it's 9% below what it was pre-pandemic. So this is restaurants, bars, hotels, amusement parks, and related occupations. And you can see in the fight for talent, the yellow line, while it's decelerated a little bit, still 7.5% wage and salary cost increase for those workers. Healthcare, still actually moving up, maybe at a slower pace, but still moving up. Healthcare employment is still below what it was pre-pandemic. And that category includes childcare, where childcare employment is still 10% below what it was pre-pandemic. And think of the consequences of that. If you don't have one childcare provider, that means that eliminates anywhere between 4 and 12 kids from being able to access childcare because of the licensing requirements. And so you have potentially 4 to 12 families who now are stuck in trying to find childcare. So the labor market is healthy, but still there are still some gaps that may or may not be filled. In fact, just to talk about, while employment seems healthy, it's becoming increasingly unlikely that labor force participation won't get back to what it was pre-pandemic. If you were to, just to demonstrate the gap, and the math just happens to work, if you were to add the estimate from the Lancet that 4 million working age people have long COVID, so their ability to work has been impacted. Plus you added the number of working age people who died from COVID. If you add those two groups up and you kept the labor force constant, you would get back to your pre-pandemic labor force participation rate. So anyway, so employment is tight, but maybe not as tight as it was, but again, still relatively healthy. Not much in the way, again, of layoffs coming through when talking with employers. Inflation, stubborn, with, I still think, risks still weighed more to that shallow pace of inflation coming down. I think it will come down eventually, again, barring any other geopolitical or other supply shock or demand shock that may be out there. But I think it will come down just at a slower pace than what's expected. So for the economy overall, again, growth is relatively fragile, I think, at this point nationally. I mean, you saw the forecast, not much in the way of growth expected either way. But again, Michigan, with pent-up demand for vehicles, not exposed as much on the housing side, maybe we escape some of the severe, some of the sectors where maybe there will be relatively more severe negative impacts from a downturn. So with that, I am all finished. And questions, please. Thank you for your attention. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
I haven't heard you talk about profits. The USB chief economist pointed out, and I think he wrote Chairman Bernanke a letter saying that corporate profits are about half of the cost of inflation in this past couple of years. Exxon is up 28%. Profits are up 28% this year. Johnson & Johnson's 22% up last year. All these companies' profits are dramatically increasing. USB and a lot of progressive economists are saying that this is a significant part of inflation, and interest rates raising aren't really going to affect profits until it's a dramatic recession. So, I mean, what does the Fed think?
Well, I mean, I can only say what I think. So I'll say a couple things. So, I mean, one, companies took advantage of the situation. Continue to take advantage of the situation. Talking with a grocery contact in 2020, up until the pandemic, grocery had been largely, mostly disinflationary, so very low inflation, or deflationary. But in the second half of 2020, one of my grocery contacts would tell me, what, the behavior has changed. My suppliers, my wholesalers, they're looking for full price, and they're looking to pass on everything to us in the form of that they were experiencing in the form of higher costs, but also marking up because they saw that consumers had more money to spend and they wanted to take advantage of it, and they did, and they still are. In fact, grocers have experienced multiple price increases throughout the year because on the supply side, on the manufacturing side, on the wholesale side, they still feel like they can take advantage of the situation. So that's still ongoing in some sectors, maybe not as much in others, but it's still ongoing. So companies definitely took advantage of, let's take advantage of what we didn't realize in 2020 because of the pandemic, and let's try to get it back, and then some in 21, 22, and even how long they can ride it. So that'd be one thing. And then what was the second thing I was going to say? With interest rates, the effectiveness of interest rate increases. It would be ideal if it was a mix of monetary policy and fiscal policy trying to tackle inflation. Right now, it's just mostly monetary policy. monetary policy can't change corporate behavior. It can't fix supply chains. It can't, fix, a lot of things. But we have this dual mandate from Congress. Inflation is high, and I think, maybe I wasn't alive during the 1970s, but I've definitely learned about it, and that if inflation expectations, if consumer and business expectations move higher, that means current inflation is more at risk of being higher, longer, for a longer period of time, and that's why you had then in the late 70s, early 80s, Paul Volcker raised the Fed funds rate to an incredibly high number for that time. So so it's I think for me, from the Fed standpoint, it's about inflation expectations and trying to keep those longer run inflation expectations within the same range they've been in, which they pretty much have. They've moved up a little bit. If you look at the University of Michigan's 5-year inflation expectation survey, it's moved up from 2.5% to 3% over the last couple of years, but it was closer to 3% pre-pandemic as well. So that's stayed within the same range. Short-term inflation expectations have shot up. They've more than doubled, not surprisingly. But it's all about those longer-run inflation expectations, trying to keep them within the same range. And if I think the Fed thinking is if that can be achieved, then maybe what's required of monetary policy, maybe not as much will be required. From this point going forward, if inflation expectations can stay where they're at. Oh, okay. So we've got other. Oh, cool. So I'm reading off other questions. So okay, we've got what can explain gas prices going down, at least here in Michigan. So many things go into gas prices. So gas prices are like anything, a function of supply and demand as well. So the president's continue to release barrels of oil from the strategic petroleum reserve, so supplies are up. So that can put downward pressure on prices. Demand is still hanging in there. Actually, if you look at state data, actually the number of gallons of gas is actually up, so people seem to be driving more. So maybe it's a supply issue for the time being. But again, it's relying on so many factors. What are the consequences on the economy by the massive amount of spending at the Fed level? So with the recent legislation passed, while obviously the dollar amounts get your attention, but that's spread out over a number of years. The actual impact of that is going to be, there will be some impact, but again, it's spread out over whatever the life of the legislation is. So it's actually going to be, in my opinion, and other studies show this too, that it's going to be a lower impact, immediately. It's just more drawn out over time. The stimulus checks we got, whether it be fiscal stimulus or child tax credit checks, were definitely inflationary because we got that money immediately, and we spent a pretty good chunk of it. So that was much more inflationary than what the recent legislation is going to be. What impact does the lack of wage increases have on the economy? So we're actually getting still pretty significant nominal wage increases, but real wage increases have been either flat or slightly negative once you take into account inflation. And those have actually impacted higher earners more than lower earners. In fact, if you were to look, it's interesting if you look at lower earner wage quartiles, real wages have actually bounced back to being positive despite the high inflation that we're experiencing. That's just how high the nominal wage gains are. So it's more that we're not getting the real wage increases that we would hope for, given the nominal wage increases workers are getting, because once real wages turn negative, that erodes consumer purchasing power, which then takes away from real economic activity. And then the last one, let's see, who cares if folks have more money saved on average when the power of the dollar is so weak? Hence, actually the value of the dollar is relatively high versus other currencies, because we've raised interest rates quicker than other central banks, other countries. So hence low discretionary spending and the widening class gap. So that's become even wider, the gap between lower income and higher income earners. There was some closing, again, right after that fiscal stimulus was distributed to consumers, but that's, given what's happened with inflation, that's widened again. And, one thing to think about just for our region and, thinking about electric vehicles and what may happen with that, that there's an equity issue with used vehicles, with electric vehicles, with electric vehicle prices being so high, the lower income earners may not have the money, even with the federal tax credit, to afford that first new electric vehicle, so a lower income earner's first electric vehicle may be used. There is a federal tax credit, right, for a used vehicle, but will it be priced in a way in which that a relatively lower income earner would be able to take advantage of the federal tax credit? And that doesn't even then take into consideration, will the charging infrastructure be there, especially depending upon the condition of a house or an apartment complex or whatever multifamily situation that may be. Will the necessary electric vehicle infrastructure be there? So another example of where future policy has to consider while it sounds good to have more electric vehicles, but we have to think about all the impacts it may have on people, especially those relatively disadvantaged who may have trouble accessing that market for various reasons. So, all right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank Mr. Lavelle for that wealth of information. Wasn't too doom and gloom, so I think our economic output and outlook is okay. We'll just say okay. Next, we have Chair Brown to introduce our last speakers for today. Chair Brown?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are.
All right, hello. Yeah, good afternoon. We're lucky. We know all of us being commissioners, we have our Michigan Association of Counties, which is our guardian angel in Lansing, looking after our interests. We may not have lobbyists individually, but the Michigan Association of Counties looks out for our interests on many fronts all the time, 24 hours a day when they're up in session. And we're lucky today to have Steve Curry, who's their executive director of MAC, as well as Dina Bosworth, who's the legislative director of Michigan Association of Counties. And they've been an outstanding duo that brought us great victories last session. And they're going to give us an updated report on what's happening up in Lansing today. So without further ado, come on up, Dina, Steve.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Chair Brown, Chair Bell, and Chair Woodward. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Our organization is the representation of the 622 county commissioners across the state. We've been around since 1898. We actually have the original minutes for the first Michigan Association of Counties meeting in our office. So if you're in our office, you can see the original minutes. So we'll be celebrating our 125th anniversary all next year. So we're really excited about that. Our primary role is the Michigan Association of Counties. Is if you think of NACo at the national level, we're at the Michigan level. We work closely with NACo, but we primarily focus on the Michigan legislature and advocacy, and then we spend a lot of time also educating county commissioners across the state. Our job is to protect, the interests of county commissioners, the county government across the state. So that's primarily funding. You've spoken a lot about issues that require funding here today, broadband infrastructure, but there, as many of the county commissioners know, it goes way beyond that. County government touches a lot of different areas, whether it's public health, community mental health, jails. We're kind of the social safety net for those folks in our communities that need it. So our job is very important. As Don mentioned, we've had a very successful year. We look forward to doing that in the next legislative session. So with me, I have Dina Bosworth, who's going to talk a little bit about some of the other issues that we'll be looking at the rest of this year and into the next legislative session. So Dina.
Thanks, Steve. Hello, everyone. It's nice to see so many familiar faces, friendly faces. Good to see you. So I'm going to touch a little bit about the election. As we know, huge turnover in Lansing. There's a new House freshman class of 57 new House members out of 110. right? I mean, it rivals, you know, the beginning of the start of term limits for the number of the number of members turning over in the House of Representatives. Senate is now taking power, first time in 34 years. The Democrats have control of the Senate. So now we have a Democratic governor, House, and Senate. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. What I am going to say is that makes my job so much more interesting next year. It's gonna be fun. So we're looking at totally new leadership. You still have the governor's office, but then you're looking at Representative Joe Tate as the new Speaker of the House. He's got a 56-54 majority in the House. That's a tight majority. And so he's going to have to work on both sides of the aisle and really figure out how to balance this. He's a very smart man, good, wonderful person to work with, and so we're really looking forward to it. On the Senate side, you have Senator Winnie Brinks, who is now going to be the new Senate Majority Leader, first female Senate Majority Leader, and again, Democratic control for the first time in decades. She has a 20-18 majority in the Senate. Again, a small margin in majority. So they're going to have to work, both sides of the aisle work together. But they do have clearly the lieutenant governor, who is the tie-breaking vote in the Senate if they get close on issues. And you've got a governor who's going to be putting forth her own agenda and working with members of her own party on both sides of the chamber, both sides of the Capitol to get done what her priorities are. What that means for lame duck is not much. I think we've all heard that they're really going to limit the number of session days that are going to be in lame duck. We've got, you know, the Speaker of the House who really wanted to, contrary to what he said before, but really wanted to get some policy items through the process yet this year to really deliver for some of his members, some of the dollar figures and the programs that they wanted, that they didn't get in the original budget cycle. So they were really hoping to do a supplemental budget. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that there's anything that is huge on the table that we really need to get done that the governor's willing to sign before she takes full majority of the Capitol, or, you know, full control of the Capitol. So we're looking at probably 2 session days. They're going to go and do some goodbye speeches. Chuck, you'll remember all the, you know, everybody gets up and says goodbye. Glenn, you're nodding your head too. Yep. So they'll have those ceremonial days, but I don't think much public policy is going to get done. So what that means is everything happens next year, and we need to gear up for next year. We know the governor, and you know, Steve just reminded me, the governor has been very good about recommending large increases to revenue sharing in the budget, and it's the Republicans in the legislature who have scaled that back. What that tells me is that we may have the opportunity with Democratic control, in moderation because they have to continue to negotiate, but we may have the opportunity to really advance a lot of our public policy wants, our needs, our funding changes that we need to have changed, revenue sharing. We've been working extremely hard on creating a revenue sharing trust fund, which is a carve out of the state sales tax, and to really protect the amount of flexible funding that goes to the counties. You've heard me talk about it in the past, so I don't necessarily need to reiterate it, but I think that we have some huge opportunities next session. I think environmental issues, which we've talked about today, we've talked significant about water issues today. And I know that, you know, for sure the Senate Democratic Caucus, even last year, was knocking on my door on a regular basis, asking for some really good policies on water management, water quality, stormwater management, storm sewer management, you know, what can we do? So I think that there's a significant number of opportunities for us there. I say that because I'm going to need every one of you involved and to help us develop what it is that you want to see accomplished in Lansing. Internally, we have our policy committees. So I'm going to go through them real quick for those county commissioners in the room. We have a Finance and General Government Committee, Environmental and Regulatory Affairs, Judiciary and Public Safety, Health and Human Services, Transportation and Infrastructure, and Agriculture and Tourism. It's in those committees where we hear from our county commissioners about how those issues play out in your county. And we hear from you on how you want to change public policy to address the issues that you're facing. I'm not going to know what to advocate for or what to do for you unless you come and you participate in these committees and really have your Southeast Michigan voice heard when we're developing our platforms, our policies. So please, I encourage you to do that. Applications you can find on our website. I am hoping to get all of them turned in by January 13th. I know, Melissa, you were asking, so thank you. January 13th, I'd like to have all those applications so that we can get those appointments made and we can get started on really developing a great agenda for the next legislative session. One thing to note, and Jim, I don't know if Candace is still here, we have 2 former drain commissioners elected to the House for the first time. So, yep, 2 former drain commissioners. So lots of interest in water infrastructure issues, and we're going to have educated advocates there. So that's a good thing. I think that covers it. You know, I can go on and on and on about some of the policies that we were going to try and get done during the lame duck session, but it's all going to happen next year. I just hate to say that. Any questions? Don?
How many commissioners do you engage during the course of a legislative session that help you lobby on your behalf?
So from not the ones that are in the legislature, but the county commissioners that lobby. You know, I got to say this. We have several communication tools in our office. So every Friday we do a legislative update. And we say, hey, this is what's going on. We need your help. We do a podcast every couple of weeks, Steve. About every couple of weeks, we do a podcast and tell you really what's going on. We have a phone to action campaign that says, look, these are hot button issues. We draft a letter, you push a button, and it sends a letter to your legislators. And I gotta say that the participation rate is nowhere near as good as I would like it to be. When you look at the grand scheme of things and you think there are 83 counties in Michigan, I need all 83 counties to have a voice to help me lobby in Lansing. There are 1,200 townships. If I'm trying to fight for some language or a piece of legislation that I'm going against the townships on, they have so many more members. That puts more of a burden on us and on you to have everybody reach out and engage with our legislators. I do get, my board is usually very, very good. Don, I know you are very good about reaching out to legislators. And you have, you know, lobbyists that, you know, I can call in that sometimes help to, you know, help me count votes and push members too. Melissa?
Thanks, Steve. Hello? No.
I'll repeat it. Does it really make a difference? Does it sway legislators? Yes, it does. Especially if you have a relationship with them and they're expecting your phone call. Because they know you're paying attention, you know that they know you're going to hold them accountable for it. I just gave a talk to all the incoming freshmen in the House just yesterday. And I'm going to explain to you what it's like for them. They walk in the door and they are all of a sudden asked to make decisions on hundreds and hundreds of issues. Things that they cannot possibly be subject matter experts on. There are thousands of bills introduced every legislative session. To stay on top of that and still be productive is overwhelming. So they look to people like you and like me to tell them how different pieces of legislation will impact their local communities. So it does. It absolutely does make a difference. Any other questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for having us. We're all out of here. Drive safely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, everyone, we're going to invite everyone to stay for the reception. There's a tram that's going to pick you outside the registration table, take you over to the reception afterwards. But before you do that, before you leave, we've got an important announcement.
Oh, do you want me to do it right now? Before we do that? No, it's all okay. So, I mean, I want to thank everyone's participation here. I know we're going to be going to the reception, but I think there's a couple themes that came out of this, and just like we ended the last summit and broke out into the work groups that produced a lot of the content that was here today, that we wanted to share. I mean, kind of a pledge. I mean, at least in the leadership of the 3 commissions, that that really raise to the surface of things that we can commit to over the next year to make progress for all of our counties, that really lift on all the information that was shared. So first and foremost is, really come down to three things. A tri-county approach to securing federal and state funding to achieve our infrastructure goals. Second, building off the newly released map and the importance of making sure that it's accurate and using our counties and our commissions to take on the responsibility to make sure that we identify gaps in speed to help inform all the work that's happening with our broadband groups. And then lastly, I think Dina did a great job of teasing up with such a focus on water issues, so important to this region, that a commitment from a countywide perspective that we will in the first quarter of this year lock in a tri-county water agenda, which we will apply all of our advocacy strength, all of our lobbyist strength, working in partnership with MAC to really drive that piece, that package of legislation moving forward, working of course with our Water Resource Commissioner, Drain Commissioner, and other water experts. And so look, going forward, we are going to jointly work together. We're going to see commissions jointly applying for applications for grants and putting in letters of support to help bring those dollars in. 2, coordinating so that we meet the deadline for giving the feedback to make sure that the maps for broadband and the speed and access issues are addressed. And then lastly, the first quarter, locking in an agenda and spending that time to make sure that we accomplish that objective in the next term. So that, when we succeed that, it will be a measured step forward for this region, and then the next time we gather together, we can celebrate it. But this is a continued commitment to the partnership of our counties, where the success of each of our counties is really rests on the success of all of our counties. So, how about a round of applause for sticking through and hearing that? Are you going to say anything? Oh, yes.
Let us also thank the staff who worked on this to make this happen. They did an incredible job. Tim, Megan, Cheryl, Patty, thank you all for everything that you've done. We couldn't have done this without your work and your assistance. We appreciate you. And next year, keeping in the rotation of counties, last year we were in Macomb. This year we're here in Oakland. Next year we'll be in Wayne County. Woohoo! So we expect to see all of you in Wayne County next year as we continue this very important work.
So we have one last thing before.
Absolutely. In keeping with what Dina was saying about commissioners, not enough of us are being engaged with our local legislators. We're going to put together a water agenda on behalf of the Tri-County region. We need every commissioner. We need every one of you, regardless of where you're at in your counties, to talk to your local legislator and your senator and advocate our agenda. You all have contacts individually and personally with so many people that we don't all have collectively, but you do. And we need us all to be pushing together, as was said by David, to help move our agenda forward. Together we can do it. We're a powerful force in Southeast Michigan as county commissioners because we respect so many people. Let's put our clout to work to help all the people in this region. Thank you.
Right. And everyone's invited to the reception afterwards. We have one last thing to do, our formal pledge to each other and this region, our Tri-County Summit Pledge of Collaboration over here. So
Pledge of Collaboration.